Now the TV doesn't want to work. Oh my god.
It's not working.
Yo, that's crazy.
Oh my god, please, I need to host. I need to host.
Speed. I need this. Speed, I beg you, man. When I need this. I need this. The workshop will begin shortly. We just have a bit of technical difficulties on our end. Okay, there we go. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Time check, it is 1:17 p.m. now. Let's just start with the program today. So, may request everyone to rise for the invocation to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord, may your goodness and love be present amongst us today. Come bless our gathering with unity, hope, and vision. Lord, we pray for unity. Build in us all a deep respect for one another, so that your church may be one. Lord, we pray for hope. Come steer your hope within our hearts and renew our faith. Lord, we pray for vision. May your vision fill our lives as we seek to reveal your love. We ask all this in the glorious name of Jesus. Amen. Mga kababayan, mga pambansang ng Pilipinas.
Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidili. Lupa ng araw ng walang ipagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seats. Good afternoon, Carolinians! What an amazing crowd we have here today, partner. And may I just say, you look absolutely dashing right now.
Why, thank you, partner. I think that final PE activity really gave me all the hype that we needed for today's event.
Definitely. I am also super excited for the event ahead of us today. But before we begin, let's introduce our today's agenda and the house rules. So for today's agenda, this workshop will be a preparation for the creation of audiobooks of Cebuano literature that will be distributed to the members of the blind community. This workshop is a collaborative effort with TIGOM, a CS activity by PALABRA that aims to reduce inequalities and give the visually impaired the materials to experience for themselves this huge part of our culture.
And so for our house rules, number 1, participation is greatly appreciated, but to be upheld during appropriate segments. Please ensure respectful communication amidst these segments. Number 2, ensure all gadgets are silenced to avoid distractions during the speaker's talks. And of course, number 3, be guided that merch may only be purchased during the start of the workshop and during break times, and not during speakers' designated talk segments. So there you all, guys. That's for our house rules today. So let us introduce ourselves first. Your host has arrived, dressed to impress and blessed with finesse. I am Isabel D. Cutaran.
And I am DCLL's number one expert in feminist literature, Matt Ethanry P. Bantasan. And we are your hosts for this year's Fade-In Introduction to Recording Audio Workshop.
You know, partner, is it
Yeah?
just me? Or is the vibes here a little bit lax?
Yeah, I agree. Hilom mo guys. So, but before that, yeah, I agree with you. So let's have a little vibe check for everyone, So,
Alright, let's do it, everyone. Are you ready? I will be going around the entire area. I'm going to be talking to one of you and I'll be asking you, how are you today? So let's go over here. These people, why are you guys hiding? Oh my god! We are DCLL communication students and also lit students. So we need to communicate and have dialogues with each other, right? So please introduce yourself, your course rather, and how are you feeling today?
My name is Alessandra Joyce Rivas. I am BA LCS, and I'm fine today, and I'm excited for the workshop.
So what are you specifically excited for?
I'm excited to learn voice acting.
Voice acting.
acting.
You know, I used to be a voice actor one day.
Really?
Back then.
Really?
Yes! Oh my god! I used to
Sample
voice
daw?
act. No! It was Japanese voice acting, guys. You don't want to hear it. So anyways, I'll be going around to the next side.
no, I actually have someone that I want to ask for today. So,
Oh, okay.
this absolutely dashing gentleman in front of me today.
Let's
So,
use our communication skills now, everybody.
So, can you tell us your course, your name, age, also social media information, and what are your expectations for this workshop?
Okay, that was kind of overwhelming. My name is Joaquin de Romano. I am a BA Com first year, and do I have to? Do I really have to process all that information? I'm kidding. I don't know. My expectations would be I think it would be just it will go smoothly, and since I'm just participating and just trying to immerse myself to or expose myself to different things I'm not familiar with, maybe I would enjoy and preferably quite I would learn a lot of stuff.
Alright!
That was
So
wonderful.
there's actually a familiar face I'm really curious to hear about. Standing before me is the one and only Assistant Secretary of Society.
Oh my god!
How are you, Kuya? What's up? What's the ganap? And why is your hat matching your shirt?
In the GC, the attire was oh, let's be audio personnel. I was the only one who got the memo. So this is the fit right now. So yes, what was the question?
Are you excited to sing for our workshop?
No,
Sing?
I did not know that. President, please. What is the group leader? Okay. But yeah, shout out to Fade-In. I look forward to learning a lot of new stuff because audio is very underrepresented in the age of new media. And yeah, I look forward to that.
So
No.
from what I understood with that, Kuya Vince, you're a very good listener, which means you should be listening to the workshop for 5 hours. Okay.
So it appears everyone's energy is now
Everybody's settled now, which is good, right? Huh?
very, very good.
So the energy as well, somewhat bursting in this room right now, partner. It's practically bouncing off the walls, right, guys?
Say yes.
Guys, I can't hear
Yes.
you guys.
Say yes now.
Yes, but louder.
Yes. Louder, guys.
Louder.
What energy? Yes, there you go.
Coordinated energy, please.
Yes, please. Now, to officially start today's program, everyone, let's please all welcome our opening remarks. You may know her as our Solaris Press the head and also the Solaris PRO. Let us call on Miss Milord Nicole Catayas. A round of applause. Miss, yes.
Hi. Good morning. First of all, I really would like to thank every single person who has been here. From the very start of, oh my god, it's been like 3 months of working on this workshop, from conceptualizing to thinking of who to invite. So thank you so much to Lara. Thank you so much to Keith, Human. Thank you so much to Stereo. Oh, Franco Dostos over there, sir. And then thank you so much to Solaris for giving us the opportunity to do this. And thank you so much to our TCOM volunteers. And thank you for... Yes. Okay, guys, I hope we all have fun and have a very productive and wonderful workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Freshie Hater, for those absolutely welcoming opening remarks.
And now that we've set the stage, it's time to introduce the star who's about to own it. Our first guest speaker is a Filipino voice talent who is based out in the Philippines. She specializes in voice acting for indie animations, video games, and the like. Moreover, she also has experience in working for voiceovers such as advertisements and commercials. Our guest speaker is also an esports commentator for Valorant, for VCT Filipino Broadcast, and Sasapi Esports League. Please help me welcome someone whose work speaks for itself, Lara de Lara.
Thank you so much for the introduction. It's great to be here again since I graduated a few months ago. And thank you, Solaris, for inviting me. I see some very familiar faces here, and I'm glad to see you guys being present. And I just want to ask you one thing. Are there any comp students here? Okay. What about from LCS? Nice. ELS? Ay, wala. Oh, okay. okay. I guess comps are the majority and LCS then. Yeah, okay, that's great. Well, so I'm here to talk about audios in different forms of media. Now, next slide, please. Let us start with the outline. So, about me, introduction, roles of audio in media, the voice industry, and vocal direction. Next slide, please. So, about me, I do shoutcasting for VCT Philippines. Just a few. I started with CL, of course. I'm sure you've seen quite familiar faces here. We have Howard, Zico. Yeah. And I think the next slide is going to be a demo reel, I think. Oh, yeah.
Just for my guess, they are former Kabul ascendancy troops. Just for my guess, they are former Kabul ascendancy troops. The guards assigned to me have expressed some nasty opinions on Empress Kaido. Don't let them find this, Kian. Give this letter to Eris when you're done with it. And please stay safe. I love you.
They celebrated each time one of their own lived to see another orbit. They, the children of Earth. They, the children of my Earth. Together, within it. Is that what you want? I know what it wants. I'm asking what you want. What if we could truly be whole? Bright strength lies in the bonds of us. Bonds of matter. Bonds of love.
Brood performed a ritual here. We believe they were trying to forcibly resurrect Oryx by combining heretical hive necromancy with the powers of that ghost. They were disrupted. That's unclear. We need to bring back samples for further analysis. Ikora wants this entire site quarantined and the body exhumed. We are the only extant team of Hidden to have visited this site.
Besides that point, not everyone at this table has agreed to lend their armies. While everyone may help, I doubt you will.
Yeah, I was starting to worry after our last conversation.
I did, and I ran into someone. Paula. She didn't make it. Said some guy named Bill screwed her over. Who's there? What's happened here? What are those things? Hello? I'm just somebody trying to find a way out of this hell. You said you knew a way out. How do I get out of this place? Great. Of course it's the sewers.
One of my biggest achievements is the video game. It's Sanguine. You can find it on Steam right now. And so yeah, my first question to all of you, what can you do with your voice? Any? What can you do with your voice? I can do a scuba. Yes, I hear that. What else? What can you do with your voice? Broadcasting? Anyone who does radio broadcasting? Hosting? Oh yeah, like Clarence, you're a good host. Yeah, voice actors, Isa. What else, you guys? Anything you can do with your voice? Beatboxing, singing. There's a lot of things you can do with your voice alone, and that already brings power. Because voice can change everything, either positive or negative. Next slide, please. But before that, let us start with our first activity. I think it's very common for, especially mga comm students here, tongue twisters. Yes, now, I just expect everyone to just read it at the same time, so let's start with this one. Go. Say it faster. Okay, next slide, please. It sounds so funny. Okay, next slide, please. Faster. That's great. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, next. Nice. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. This is like the hardest thing I can do because I have like a, like low-key a lisp. Next slide, please. This. Wait, again. Go. Okay, now that's more like it. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, and next slide. I just heard someone fumble the words. Again. That's great. Is there one more? Okay, there. Okay. Next slide. Okay, there you have it. Do you like the tongue twisters? It's a great exercise, I think it's one of the most common things before you even do hosting, voiceovers, voice acting. It's tongue twisters is the best way to at least give your, it's a vocal warm-up. Now, for the roles of audio and media, these are the 4 common categories I can give out. Very common. So we have voice acting, voiceovers, live, and sound. Now, for voice acting, these are pretty common. We have video games, animation, motion capture, and dubbing. Could you raise your hands, whoever did this before, or who's ever doing it right now? Like, is it like your side gig? Is it your main stuff? Any hands? Any voice actors here? And no, not an aspiring voice actor. If you've done voice acting, you are a voice actor, not an aspiring one. So, call yourself a voice actor. We have Isa, right? Voice acting, yes. What about voice acting for animation? It could be indie animation. I see it right there. Okay. What about motion capture? It's quite uncommon, no, here in the Philippines. It's not really quite known here. What about dubbing? I think it's very common. Yes, there you have it. It's great to see some hands. Now, these 4 are very important when you want to deliver something an artist makes. Now, next we should go over with the voiceovers. I'm very sure almost all of you have done this before, especially the comm student, like the, from a projects in you and stuff like that. So, so we have commercials, advertisements, e-learning. That's actually in demand right now. So if you want to make some money, you can just, do some e-learning. Corporate, AVPs, trailers, promos, etc. So anyone here has done one of these things? Raise your hand. That's great. That's great to hear. Now for the live, kani mo dyan yung mga comms. So, hosting. Anyone has hosted? Yes. Nice to see. Shoutcasting. Any from Warriors Arena or Vamos Warriors? That's nice. Now for live voiceovers. Anyone done? Yes. That's nice to see. And radio broadcasting. Yeah. Is it still like from DYRF? DYFR? Yeah. Did you guys still do like the from Father? Well, okay, that's nice to see here. Now, lastly, it's the sound. It's more on the technical side, but it's still very important because when you record an audio or when you record you talking or singing, you need to know how at least to be decent with how you work with your voice, whether it could be amplifying it, removing the noise gate, noise suppression, the reverb. So what you're doing is like sound engineering, is producing. Any producers here, music producers? Yeah, nice. Now, music, sound design. So all of these are very important when it comes to audio. And media is just very vast. I mean, I'm sure the communication students here know how vast media is. And these alone is very important and should not be taken lightly because, it's even here right now. I'm delivering this message to you. Isa and, sorry, your name? Sorry? Max was here hosting to at least hype you up with the crowd, diba? So it's very important because imagine if the crowd was not hyped, it's gonna be awkward. So you see how important hosts are. Now, next slide, please. There, this is the voice industry. It's competitive. Yes, it is extremely competitive because first, everyone does voice acting. Everyone does voiceovers. Everyone does live stuff. And everyone does sound. However, yeah, sure, they do all of those stuff. But can you deliver? That's the question. You can read a script. Go ahead, that's good. You can read a book in front of an audience. You can read a book in front of your classmates. But can you deliver the message with intent, with tone, and how you actually portray the message you're trying to tell everyone? So that it's very competitive, extremely competitive. Like you have no idea how competitive it is. It's really hard nowadays since people are making more animations. It's good making more indie animations, and it's very exactly. And that's why people want. Oh my gosh, I want to voice this. I want to voice this and that. But there's so many people better than me. Yes, there are people better than you, but it's always like that. So it's up to you who will improve, who will study. I mean, you have the resources to learn and practice. It doesn't take a day or so to be professional at voice acting or voiceovers. It takes practice, months and months of practice. So this is very important, actually, network. But, so why did I put but? Not but, okay. Network, but. It's okay to make connections, but don't seem like how do I say it? College student, don't be an ass kisser, because you're gonna look ridiculous in front of the client, or like, magpa-close ko niya for no kay gig. No, don't be like that. Just make genuine connections, because at the end of the day, you'd have that gig, you'd have that project. And next is, it takes effort. It's just like what I said from the first, it's competitive, but it takes effort to start with the voice acting, voiceover, live events, because first, you need to know how to, talk in front of a microphone. You need to learn how to deliver a message. You need to learn how to be emotional through acting. And you have to create a voice reel, demo reel. But yes, it sounds a lot, but honestly, if it's something that you really like, passion, then it's gonna be quite an easy road for you to start with. And lastly, rejection. I've faced so many rejection emails before from clients, And there's one thing that one of the director told me, rejection is just redirection. So keep that in mind. Rejection is just redirection. So you've been rejected for a purpose. So you just gotta keep on going because there are so many projects. Even if you're like, you just got rejected from your dream role, that's okay. There's always gonna be other roles that you actually end up liking and loving. And next. Now this, more on specific things, vocal direction. So we have script analysis, vocal range and control, and emotional interpretation. Next slide, please. Okay, I got this from Cleveland, but I'm gonna shorten it for you because I know that's a lot. I don't know why I did that. So, in a sense, it's like an iceberg, For the tip of the iceberg, when you're given a script, whether it be voice acting, voiceover, live, hosting, you're given a script on what to say, what to do, whatever else. So first, here are the 6 things you should take note of. Time, period, place, locale, mood, and theme. So first, time. You're gonna ask yourself, when you read the script, what specific time the scene takes place? Is it nighttime? Daytime? How would they talk in the middle of the night? How would they talk in the middle of the day? Diba? If it's night, it's kind of cold, it's kind of gloomy. But when it comes to when it's an afternoon, it's hot. You feel slightly irritated. But, it really matters. So next is the period. Now this is the fun part because, we've faced through different eras, what general or historical time period in which the play is set. Is it the Dark Ages, the 1950s, the medieval times, or whatever? So, how it can influence the way you talk. Diba? Like sa medieval times, oh yes, sorry, your majesty, whatever, stuff like that, right? they kind of talk like that. So you just gotta look into it more. So next is the place. The specific place, well, not on stage, but on the action where it occurs. So for example, is it at a doctor's office? If it's a ravaged battlefield. So of course, if you're given a script and the place is held like what? Pearl Harbor. And you're a soldier wounded on the I don't know, what do you call it, the sand. So you're gonna act like, oh, injured. Just just act like you're grunting. And like you're, bullets just whiffing past you, like suppression. Of course you feel like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. So of course, the way you talk and the way you react to things, you're just 10 times alert. And it affects your delivery. So next is locale. The general region where the place is set. Is it New York City, American South, or under the sea? Stuff like that. It can change, or accents, For example, it's a Philippines, so you can give it a little Filipino accent, unless the director tells you to. Because there are some people, some directors tell you, oh, just do a American accent, just general accent, for even if it's held in the Philippines. For example, who plays HOK here? Honor of Kings? Yeah. So Honor of Kings, we have a new hero. It's Lapu-Lapu. The voice actor is is based he's in Manila, but he knows how to speak Bisaya. But the way he talks, it's kind of like a generalized American accent with a bit of, local accent. So you kind of see it there, and he adds some lines of Bisaya lines. So it's, it really matters how you analyze the script and how you talk to the director, or how would you like this script to come to play? Or for another example, Neon from Valorant. Yeah, you know how she talks, right? Like, hoy, I'm pissed, stuff like that. Hoy is a Filipino term, diba? Or she says some Tagalog words, and whenever she speaks English, you can hear a bit Filipino accent. And that's done on purpose. And Vanille Velasquez is an amazing voice actor, and she can switch. She's just amazing. Next, the mood, the atmosphere, or feeling of a scene. What about the scene causes this mood? Now here's the tricky part when it comes to voice acting. Sure, you're just hiding in a small space or cabinet or just covering yourself in a blanket. But the thing is, avoid having actors play the mood. Let the mood come to you. Because if it's that thing where they say, oh, I can tell that person is acting. And and it feels awkward now, diba? So, you know, when it comes to that, you need to feel the mood. For example, what I do is that there's a scene where I die. I get killed. So how would I sound like, you know, how would I do that? Like, I can't just scream at my house and like, bloody hell murder. Like, people think, oh my god, is she being murdered at home? So what I do is, other than hiding in a closet, I actually like try to get myself hurt. Not like legit physical, okay? I don't encourage you to hurt yourselves. But like lightly tap and like, oh, just like scream, you die. Or whenever you're running, diba, one of my favorite voice actors, Troy Baker, is one of the, he's one of the, if you don't know him, he's the voice actor for Joel Miller from The Last of Us. So the thing is, yes, they do motion capture, but they also do voice acting with feedback. Feedback is grunting, SFX noises, grunting, panting, dying, or whatever. You do it in a booth. And what Troy Baker did, he actually runs in place or run around and then just pants and then talk, because it changes the mood and it changes everything the way you speak. So it's like that, diba? So I think that's the best part about voice acting. You analyze the script. What's going on with the scene? Why is this person feeling this way? Now, you just don't have to force it because it doesn't sound natural. It's not acting anymore. So next is theme. What ideas does this play make you think about? Does it have a question that it sets out to answer or explore? How do the events of the play develop these ideas? So all of these 6 are just the tip of the iceberg. And these are the important things that you should take note of when you're given a script, so that, you know, ang sa tagaan kag script na sad, happy yung tone. Like, oh, what's this? So next is the middle of the iceberg. Yeah, text, context, and subtext. I'm sure this has been discussed already when you're in senior high school. Na tayo Tagalog words. I forgot the Tagalog words for the 3. Pero the first is the actual words written by the playwright. So the words itself. Now, the context behind it. What is the context behind the text? What is the, why are they there? Why were they before the beginning? Why are they upset? Why are they angry? Why is she crying? So there's so many contexts behind it. And now this is where the subtext comes to play. The underlying meaning of what the characters say. So for example, the person says, I'm okay. And there's a lot of meaning behind it. Like, are you lying? Are you genuinely okay? So, you know, it's also the tone. Even the tone sounds like, I'm okay. But you're just like, I'm not actually okay. So there's just a lot of meaning behind these words. And it all just falls into context. Because there are some instances where you're given a script with just page number 6. That's it. That's all you have. There's no like page 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. Like what just happened before it? Why am I just given a single script with no further context? So what are you gonna do? So, of course, you gotta ask the director, like, hey, what happened here? Like, why is this person this and that? Blah, 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 blah. Or sometimes the director tells you the lore of the story, the lore of the character, especially the character. That context alone is so important when you're gonna deliver the message. So there's this time where I was just given a 1 paragraph script. That's it. I'm like, what? I think that's one of the demo reels I showed you. Like this, like basta was one of those. I was just given a 1 paragraph. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Diba? Like, what's the tone? How's this character feeling? Like, are they angry? Should they sound angry, sad, confused? Now that's where I asked the director, hey, what tone would you like to deliver? What's the context of this scene? Context of the scene is so important. And what's the character? Like, who is this character? Why does this character exist? So those questions alone, like, just think of the whys. You know, that's a big question you should ask when you're given an opportunity. Why? And because of that, you can actually deliver the message the director actually wants you to do. So for example, recently, I did a voiceover for Lazada, and there's so many, like 15 takes. It's not yet released. it's like, it's 12 Lazada Lasmal, but not yet. So that was they showed me a video of 11:11, and I was like, okay, I will sound like the girl from Metro, Claire Cordelia, an amazing host and voice actor, voice-over artist. I love her, and it has that Metro tone. Metro tone, kinang na 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 na, ana gani. It's like, oh, what? It's they want you to hear, they want you to listen. So that's that context alone is already good enough. Good information. Next slide, please. Here, script analysis. One of the examples from How to Train Your Dragon. Hiccup. See, sometimes this X North Sea Village night. That context alone, like that's the time, the place, the mood. It's like the 6 things I talked about. This alone is already enough, but it's decently enough to be specific. So, nighttime. We skim above a dark, wild ocean. So imagine a camera panning, going up. The camera turns towards a lone island, Berk, the place. It's a gigantic shard of rock jutting straight out of the water. So, I think you ever seen this movie before? Yeah, good, very good. Now, Hiccup, the voiceover. This is Berk. Just a normal town, north of Hell Place, blah, blah, blah. So, how he did the voiceover, of course, it's expected that you're gonna do a voiceover of what's going on. So, because it explains here, the camera drifts over rolling hills to reveal a small village. So, of course, Hiccup is gonna sound like in awe, describing his place where he lives, what's going on, until he says dragons, stuff like that, and that's where things go crazy. And next slide. Now it's still the same script. This is what I mean, like these parentheses alone, it's already enough, and the description. For example, Hiccup says, ready with the answer. So of course, with that tone alone, how would you predict it? How would you describe it? Like what do you think the tone is? Ready with the answer. What's your answer? Like, what do you think is what's the right term? But what do you think the tone is Hiccup is trying to deliver? Kana. Hesitant. He's hesitating. He's ready to say it, but with hesitance. Hesitance, is that a word? But yeah. So it just says, okay, fine, but, and he rushes to the back corner of the stall and presents a bizarre wheelbarrow-like contraption. So stuff like these, description enough, he's explaining what's about to happen, and then he continues. So that alone, so he's like, but, I said grabbing ka pause. But even, it's okay if we pause because, they can just edit it, so the production. So this will throw it for me. That phrase alone, this, he's describing the contraption he just walked towards to. So of course, he's this. So it's, he's explaining what he's holding. He's explaining where he's going towards to, and there Hiccup opens the hinged lid of the device, and arm springs up, equipped with twin bows. They prematurely launch a bola, narrowly missing Gobber, and taking out a Viking at the counter. Bam! Ah! Like that, diba? Like, he gets, naigo siya. So, now Gobber, he replies, see, now this right here is what I'm talking about. So, of course, what tone do you think he's trying to deliver? Disappointment? Obvious, like, mo na, yan ba? So, and Hiccup says mild calibration issue, because we know Hiccup is a scrawny kid who wants to prove to his father that he can kill a dragon. But we don't know that, because sometimes you're just given the script. How would you know Hiccup is a kid who wants to prove to his father? But this alone is already enough. Like, it's decent enough of information. Now, this is the favorite part, my favorite part of the script. So, Gobber explains, Hiccup, if you ever want to get out there to fight dragons, you need to stop all... There's how do you say epilepsy, oh my god, you didn't hear that. Stop all, so you just pause, this. Diba? And hiccup, astonished. So that's already it's a tone that you're trying to deliver. But you just pointed to all of me. So you're just astonished. And that's this script alone and the parentheses and the description, it's good analysis as what you're trying to visualize the scene. But usually with stuff like these, like you're given like a TV and you're just referring it to the behind the scenes of the animation, like just like what 1% out of 100%. So next slide. Yes, K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, I love this movie. Now, oh my god, that's a really long script. But this is very important. About parentheses, there's descriptions of what's going on, what's happening during the scene. So Huntrix, they say, for the fans! So the girls excitedly begin gorging on their snacks. So they're eating, they're eating. And Rumi, while eating. So when she says those words, as expected, what do you think she would sound like? Exactly, muffled. Like what I did here, I ate like real food, like bread, and when I crunched, I'm like, it's muffled. And Mira, while eating, does the same thing, 1,000%, a gajillion%. And this part, Rumi smells a roll, kimbap. So it's like, the part where she actually like shoves the kimbap down her throat. It's crazy. And as Zoe tears a bag of munchies to eat up. So Zoe, we know that she's like very cheerful, very hyper. So as expected, Zoe would sound excited when she tears the snacks. Our fans deserve the best, and then pushes it into her mouth. That sound she made when she was like shoving it down her throat. And okay, time for our pregame ramyun. Now, Huntrix, parentheses, they lift up their cups. Happy fans? Hello? Nobody's seen K-pop Demon Hunters here? Oh my gosh! It's okay. Sige na lang. Sige. Happy fans? Happy Hamud! And then they clink their ramen cups but find the noodles dry. Now, imagine this, okay? With this context alone, they open the ramen cups but find the noodles dry. And then Zoe says this, there's no water in these. How would you feel if your favorite food or if your favorite ramen noodle doesn't have water? You'd sound exactly disappointed. So of course Zoe would have to sound disappointed while saying that line. There's no water in these, And then Rumi, excuse me, miss, and then the stewardess, while pouring coffee, yes, Miss Huntrix. So that's the thing. You can imagine how you can visualize for those who have seen the movie, but for those who haven't, how are you visualizing this scene alone? While pouring coffee, she would sound distracted. She would sound taken aback, like Hunter X. Because Huntrix is a known K-pop group. But the stewardess was kind of like hesitant, like Hunter X? It's supposed to be Huntrix, diba? So you can imagine like there's something going on with the stewardess. And we asked for hot water. And the stewardess nervously, this tone alone is so important already. Right away, you're welcome, arrivederci, goodbye. So you sound very nervous. And then just, okay, let me know what happens next. So that's the script analysis. Is there a next one here? Next slide. Okay, no, could you go back, please? Thank you. So these are samples of script analysis. Oh, I wish I could really show you the video game. I voiced that, but unfortunately it's confidential and I'm not allowed. But these are the scripts that you would usually see if you do receive like a gig, a project, or but I know different hosts. But there's context naman, diba? Like what event, what segment. So especially what type of segment you're doing. So of course you're gonna sound excited, eager. Yes, there's so many things to look out for, especially with the tone, the mood, and that's already analysis. I would like to ask here, for those who are hosts, done live events, do you write something on your script? That's good. That's very good practice because you need to analyze what's going on, especially sa mga ad-libs. So does anyone like to read the script gihatag no, but you make your own index cards. Yeah, that's good practice as well. It's very important to write things down because sometimes when you're hosting, if you're holding a piece of paper, it looks distracting. Just a bond paper na gipilo ra, it doesn't look good. So, what's a practical use for it would be index cards or something to hide behind, like maybe a cardboard na logo sa event behind the index cards. So, it's what you're doing is already script analysis. I mean, any literature students, you analyze books, words, everything. So every single thing you do is just all analysis, and you've done this before. But this is just a different form of audio you want to do. Next slide, please. Now this is my favorite part: vocal range and control. Now trills. Anyone familiar with trills? Any singers would know what trills? Yes, these are very important, especially if there are some words you have a hard time pronouncing. For example, like mga L, mga R, the so the S sound. I think any sound engineers would know a de-esser. So if I'm like, yes, and that sucks, right? Because if you're recording, and I'm like, ouch, or when the voice peaks, diba? Like when it peaks, like you can see like the waveform, like lapas na siya. It's not 6 dB, it's like way above already. So that's important about trills. You kind of give your voice a warm up, like tongue twisters. But trills are more specific. It kind of caters to what you're having a hard time with. For example, me, I have a hard time pronouncing the L's and R's because my mouth is just built weird. So what I do is just like that. It sounds stupid, but it helps. Next is the diaphragm. Singers know this. Hosts know this. You can't just scream when you're hosting an event. You have to use your diaphragm. Or because, hosting is like, whoa, damn, hosting is like so many hours. So diaphragm, good notes here, and the head and chest voice, the chest voice, and the head voice. So, it's very, you can tell the difference with your diaphragm and what you're using diaphragm, chest, and head. And these three are very important when you're doing a voiceover and voice acting. But the difference between these three, the diaphragm is more, they belong more to voiceovers. Because, voiceovers, you kind of need to have that power, that voice, that the delivery, the tone you're trying to tell everyone, diba? Or sound exciting. Like, wow, look at that. Diba? It sounds different. It's something you can't really, it's something that you hear a lot of times through voiceovers, especially mga, like cream silk. Like if you want to sound like happy or advertising, annoying, or like the cream silk, like the whispery, that sultry voice, stuff like that. There's just so many tones that you can use with just your diaphragm, chest, and head voice alone. Now, the most painful part, which is for voice acting, is screaming. Because yes, this is like, a pain in the ass. It hurts, diba? Like, yeah, you can literally get injured. Like your vocal cords can be ripped and damaged. So the thing about screaming for voice control and voice range, I'm not gonna scream, okay? I'm not gonna scream into the microphone. But when it comes to that case or scenario where you would have to scream bloody murder into the microphone, you'd have to treat your voice first. You gotta drink some like warm water. And what I do is, I'm not sure if anyone does it here, but I eat ginger, like straight up ginger. It's very helpful compared to kanang, what do you call it, sachet? Yes, strepsils, that's enough? The Lola Remedios? Yeah, it doesn't work for me. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. I don't know why, but eating straight up ginger is like, whoa, it clears my throat, it clears my airways. It's like, this is different. So do that before screaming because, oh my God, it's gonna hurt for sure. And thankfully, because you there are some directors who doesn't really care if you hurt your voice. So make sure when you have a project that requires screaming, you just have to like, okay, I'm just gonna do this one day, and I'm not gonna scream for hours because the least you can do is like 2 hours of screaming, and I think that's enough to not damage your vocal cords. The last time I screamed is when I was dying and I was bitten by a zombie. It was for 2 hours, and my throat hurt so bad I had to stop. I had to pause with my voice stuff for like a week because just to fully rest your vocal cords, because they're very sensitive muscles. Muscle mo na, diba? Vocal, yeah. Just have to let it breathe, let it relax. Now, mouth clicks. Is anyone familiar with mouth clicks? Yes. And that's the most annoying thing, the biggest enemy for a voiceover artist and a voice actor. Because first, if you're dehydrated, you're gonna hear saliva noises on your mouth. And it sounds disgusting. You don't wanna do that. So, what is actually good and advisable, this has been recommended to Claire Cordelia as well. Chew sugar-free gum, xylitol gum. That helps. That's helped wonders. Or eat an apple. It kind of helps, but it makes you hungry afterwards. But I'd say chew sugar-free gum. It's a lifesaver. Don't drink water, because that's gonna make it worse. So sure, it's gonna refresh your whole saliva, your tongue, and refresh your mouth. But it's not enough for an hour worth of recording, especially condenser mics, because the condenser mics, they're very sensitive to sound compared to dynamic microphone. Yeah, but usually for voice acting, voiceovers, live guanjicha, it's a condenser mic, so it's very sensitive to noise. So these alone, vocal range and control, what I'm trying to say is that take care of your voice. Because if you lose your voice, especially when you're about to do a major project, you're done for. So when you're given a script, or when you're being told, like, hey, you want to voice act this stuff, you want to do a voiceover, rest your voice for 3 days or whatsoever. So I think these are the most important things that you would have to keep note of. Next slide, please. This one, my favorite. Tone can impact a delivery. Give me a second. Okay. Tone can impact a delivery. Emotional interpretation. This is the last part of the discussion. So, next slide. What you say, it's a tiny portion versus how you say it. So, for example, how are you? So, if you say what you say, how are you? But how you say it, how are you? You're like, hello, what did I do? It's gonna it really depends how you deliver the tone. Because if you say, how are you to that person, they're gonna be upset. They're gonna cry in front of you. Why would you say it to me like that? You just ask normally, So, next slide, please. Oh, that's a lot. So these are feelings lists. Accepting, calm, aliveness, joy, courageous, powerful, anger, blah, blah, blah. And underneath those are specific feelings or tones you gotta, we're familiar with. For example, we have caring. How are you? Diba? Or upset. How are you? Diba? There's so many things. Or if you're proud. How are you? Diba? It's very different when it comes to these. Or disappointed. How are you? Diba? So these feelings alone can help deliver the message that you're trying to convey to the story, to the animation, to your audience, to your listeners. So it's very important, diba? I think this has been discussed many times, especially sa mga comm student. It's very important on how to deliver a tone. And yes, very important. Next slide, please. This movements can help deliver the tone. So for voiceover and voice acting, or even reading in front of the audience, or even hosting, diba? Awkward sa mag-host ka. How are you guys today? Yeah. Can I hear some hello highs? it's it can affect the way you talk. So movements can help deliver the tone. So is this working? Oh, hello. Oh, it's actually working. And then can hold the microphone. So I just want to demonstrate something about. Hello. Oh, whoa, it's kind of different. Hello. So for example, now, let's say, what is happening today? So if you're delivering a line like this, no, what's happening today? What? Like, what message are you trying to convey to everyone? Like, do you care? Like, do you even care what I'm saying? So if you're saying, what is happening today? But you notice, like, every movement can affect the way you talk. Because if you talk like this, it sounds like you're enunciating. Or, if you're pointing to someone, what is happening today? Diba? Or, what's happening today? What's happening today? Diba? It's compared sa kanyo, what's happening today? It sounds dull. It sounds boring. It sounds like you don't want to convey the message to someone. So, it's very important to have these, like, who cares if it looks stupid? I mean, it's just you in a room alone anyways. Or 5 people looking at you, listening to you, do different takes. So, be crazy, go stupid, go crazy, Like, do exaggerated movements because that alone can help deliver the tone. Because first, it is just you and the microphone. Just you and me against the world. So, so go crazy with your gestures because no camera is gonna film you doing those anyways. There's this one, the voice actress for Jinx, where that moment where Vi was choking her, about to kill her, I think that was season 2. Ella Purnell, she was choking herself, doing the tone, like, it can really affect, diba? If you don't, how would you sound yourself like you're choking if you don't try to, like, kind of choke yourself, diba? So, or this is one scene, like when I got hurt for a project and I got hurt, diba? I got stabbed, I got hit, I got bit by a zombie. I would have to act like that. I would have to pretend that I actually got bit. So that alone can change everything. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, go back.
Name's Luna.
Okay, so for this project, it's not yet released, and thankfully the director said yes because he was actually excited to show this to you. So this is a motion capture project that I was in, and not yet, not yet. So basically, the motion capture, it comes with voice acting. Like when you wear the suit, it has a microphone. However, for this project, there is already a voice actor. And my role was to act it out. I wasn't wearing a suit, because it's a whole different I used Rococo Studio. And so, since there is no suit, you kind of have to act very animated. So for example, you're pointing. You have to point like that, point. So, for this project, I did the motion, like literally the motion capture. I did not do the voice. But however, I was given the script and I was listening to the voice actress, did those lines. Okay, yani pag-deliver di ay. So of course, as expected, I'm gonna move like that. So for context, the scene I'm gonna show you, moto ang motion capture, no? And the next part, because it was me and my co-worker, it was Ernest Buzon. He's a very renowned voice actor in Cebu. It was like one of the takes. I wasn't able to pick the right take from that scene. You'll see what I mean, because I moved differently based on original video, so.
Name's Luna. Pleasure to meet ya.
If you want to help me, please, don't be a problem.
I am both terrified and excited.
Name's Luna. Pleasure to meet ya.
You're taking this straight in the hall.
I am both terrified and excited.
If you're gonna help me, please.
There, that's it. Next slide, please. So it's different, okay? It's a different take. Pero you can, from the original video, I had to move very like exaggerated, animated, fluid, because I'm not wearing a suit, good. So it's very lisod. Compared if wearing a suit, every limb is tracked. So but that part, it wasn't like I had to rely on the camera, the two camera setups, and that's basically how movement can affect the tone. Because like from that first clip, hi, I'm Luna, pleasure to meet you. Like, I'm excited, it's like she sounds excited. So what would excitement look like from movements? So of course you have to like exaggerate it to be excited. You're hopping in one place. So yeah, I think that's basically how movement can really help and how tone can help you deliver the message. So this is gonna be the last activity. It's gonna be very fun. I think, can I connect my, oh wait, I think I can just send the link because there's this website I have to do. Hang on.
Hello. Okay, so yeah, we're currently having technical difficulties. So before moving on, let's have another round of interviews.
Okay. Do you have anyone in mind, Ma?
Oh no, it's magita ko eh.
I
Interesting.
found one.
Oh.
I have one.
Okay.
Hi, Clarette.
Aww.
So, we've had quite a long day, right, with our PE. How are you, by the way, after the very horrendous PE activity?
I had a hard time trying to catch my breath. But it was fine. I'm just gonna say it's okay, even though I look so haggard. Do I look haggard?
Oh, you don't! Oh my gosh, girl! Stop. What do you think, Matt? Do you think that she looked haggard?
Hell no. Matter of fact, she looks very beautiful right now.
That I agree with.
Really so gross. Hey, don't say that. No.
But anyways, so because of how difficult PE was, do you think you'd be able to voice act a character who is maybe dying? Do you think that you can
Say that
encapsulate?
it's a dying sa PE.
No, I mean, to be fair, if you're not an athletic person like me, you would feel as if you're gonna die.
You know what?
in PE as
True.
Yeah, so
She
do you
has a
think
point.
that with that amount of exhaustion during PE, you'd be able to voice act the character who's supposedly dying?
I think I can keep up with that as a very OA person. And that was really interesting, so I think I'll have fun with that.
So she called herself an OA person. Would you agree with that, Matt?
Based on my experience, yes.
Oh, okay.
Based on experience.
how are you doing today?
Well, I'm tired, and yeah, that's about it.
Is that it?
I remember that you can do a lot of impersonations on certain characters. Can you please introduce who are those characters and give us an example of your impersonation?
Well, I'm Patrick Star. Yeah, SpongeBob, I'm scared. And yeah, that's one of them. I can also do Scooby laugh, like, you know, wee, like, yes, yeah. I can also do a SpongeBob laugh, like, yeah. What else do I know? Well, I can try to do my Dean Winchester impersonation, but it's not gonna work out. So it's like, I don't give a rat's about that damn thing. You know, it's close, but no, not enough. I don't remember anything else, but yeah, that's about it. As much as I can do for now.
Thank you so much,
That's
Kuya
wonderful.
Josh. I will leave that up to the audience, whether if it's accurate to the original source. But anyways, we will now be
We will
going
now
forward.
continuing our workshop because now there's no more technical difficulties.
All right. Thank you so much. That was great. I really love the impressions, especially the SpongeBob laugh and the Scooby-Doo laugh. I love it. Now, for our last activity, I expect everyone to participate. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a great exercise. So the Wheel of Tones, a series of random lines. You must deliver it based on the Wheel of Tones. So next slide, please. First, what is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort? So anyone wanna volunteer? If not, I'm gonna pick you because you reacted. Yeah, okay, so the Wheel of Tone would be, okay,
No.
spin the
Hello?
wheel.
Hello? Okay then. As for the guys, give me something so...
Serene.
Wait, can I see the
Okay,
voice
yeah,
line
sure.
again?
Okay, there.
Okay, it's kinda fits the one. Serene, okay. What is better? To be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
There, that's serene. It's like you're looking into the sunrise.
That's-
Imagine that. Like you're just sitting. You're in your full armor, looking to the sunrise. Slowly go down. The wind rushing across your face.
Okay, though, I don't think that's something you should be thinking about if you're watching the sunrise.
Yes.
Maybe sunset,
So,
sure.
Well, yeah, sunset would work, but the serene emotional interpretation.
Was that good enough?
Yes, yes. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, someone wants to try it though.
Okay, go. Yes.
Isa?
Okay, the next slide, please. There, Ezio Auditore. So, yes, exactly, the goats. Now, next. I love Black Flag, you guys. Black Flag is my favorite series of Assassin's Creed. Sorry. So I feel sorry. How would you deliver that line in sorry tone or motion? Go ahead.
Wanting something does not give you the right to have it.
I love the hesitation there. Because you feel sorry to that person you're saying. So I like the hesitation, the pause. And the thing about voice acting, you don't have to read every line fast. You gotta give yourself a moment. Especially that sorry tone, like what Isa did. She gave pauses. Because she feels upset. She feels sorry to the person. So even without the context about like who's Ezio Auditore saying it to? We don't know that. But what you do know is the sorry tone, and that's already enough. But like, it just goes back to a recent topic. So I like that, Isa. Next slide, please. John Marston. We're gonna introduce to you. Now, who wants to volunteer? Oh, there we have. What's your name? Wayne. too. Who else cried in the game? Did anyone cry? Yeah, nice. That's frustrated. Sorry, not frustra. Frustrated. So how would you say this in a frustrated tone? You're angry. Okay. Some trees flourish, others die. Some cattle grow strong, others are taken by wolves. Some men are born rich enough and dumb enough to enjoy their lives. Ain't nothing fair. You know that. I like that. Because you're frustrated, you're angry at someone, and the way you describe it, the way you're describing the tone is that, man, why does this happen? You're frustrated as to why. Like, some trees flourish, others die. So, this goes back now, like the script analysis, the tone, the place, what period of time. That was like the cowboy era. So, and John Marston, we don't even, for example, you're given the script, but you don't know the context of the character. How would you know John Marston sounds, some trees flourish, he doesn't, how would you know he'd sound like that? So, with the tone itself and the way you analyze it, like, it can change the way how you say it. Good job. Next slide. Battlefield 1. I love, these are like my favorite games, you guys. These are like, I handpicked them. So, anyone want to volunteer?
I'm right here.
Yes, okay. What emotion?
What is the emotion?
Calm. Eerily calm or calm? How would you describe it?
Ready? If history only remembers 1 in 1,000 of us, then the future will be filled with stories of who we were and what we did.
I like that. Because what we know is Battlefield is, it's based on World War I. Was it World War I? Yeah. So, of course, you're kind of like, it didn't describe that you're shell-shocked, but it just says calm. So what type of calm? Is it like your trauma calm? Is it like scarily calm, like eerie calm? It just says calm, diba? So it's just all about how you say it. So it's like, I like how you describe it as like, if history only, because you're chill. We don't know what type of like calmness you're talking about, diba? So good job. Next slide, please. Metal Gear Solid. So, side. You want to do that? Okay.
Unfair how you're the host.
Wait, if someone else wants to take over, please raise your hand right now, because I want to do this so bad. No? Ate fell?
Okay, so the tone is enthusiastic, because in the context you're kind of like devastated by something wrong happened from that part. But this time, this emotion, you're enthusiastic, you're excited. So how? Say that. Snake? Yes, exactly. Diba? It's like you're seeing an old friend. Snake, oh my god, Snake, diba? Because the context here, I forgot what was the context. I think something bad happened, I just remembered. So, I like how you delivered it in an enthusiastic tone as if Snake was your long-lost friend. So, that was great. That was very great. Next slide. The Scouts, Team Fortress 2. So, anyone want to volunteer? What about from this side? Sorry, did anyone? You wanna? Okay.
Who else?
Okay, so Grass Girls vs. Fly, the Scout Team Fortress 2. What emotion would it be? Determined. Imagine you're looking at the grass, you're determined to see what just happened or what the Scout does. So how would you say it in a determined tone?
Grass grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brother, I hurt people.
There you have it. You're determined. The Scout is determined to hurt people. So you just like, I like the husky tone you did as well, because the Scout, the way you interpret the character character, you don't know what he sounds like, diba? Because we're here to analyze the tone. We're not here to imitate the character. So what we're trying to do is basically you say the voice and just how you want the scout to sound like. Because, just based on the emotion that we're giving you. So great job. Next slide, please. Yes. The words I hate. So, you died. Anyone want to volunteer? Parents. What emotion would this be? I could hear the sound effect already. It's crazy. Best way to describe the game. Irritated. So how would you say you died in an irritated tone?
POV, you're the third person watching your friend play and he died again.
You died! Yes. You died. You're frustrated, like irritated. Like, why? Out of everything you've done, all of the flasks you have, and you just died? So it's just, the context, the tone alone can really tell the story. So good job, Clarence. Next slide, please. Joel. Last of Us. Yeah, okay. We have here. So what emotion would it be? Imagine it was like sultry. That would be so funny. Joel Miller is like, oh.
I'll take this.
Grace. Fortunate. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay. Say how would Joel Miller. You don't have to imitate the voice. Just say how you want to sound like fortunate with this line.
I've struggled for a long time with surviving, but no matter what, you have to find someone to fight for.
All right. I see that. Let's try it again. Let's try taking the pace a bit slower, because the first thing you should think of is that you're fortunate. So given the concept that Joel, The Last of Us is a zombie apocalypse, you have to sound fortunate enough you're alive. You have to sound like, thank God.
Okay, I've struggled a long time with surviving, but no matter what, you have to find something to fight for.
Okay, thank you so much. That the thing about the being a fortune, that the way you describe it is like Joel is happy to be there. He's alive, and no matter what he does, he's just fighting for survival. So thank you so much. Next slide, please. I don't know if anyone knows Ruby here. Oh my God! Yes, Ruby is so energetic. Like, I love Ruby with all my heart. Okay, so I want to voice Roman Tortrick. Oh my gosh, you know Ruby?
Yes, I love Ruby.
Any Ruby fans here, actually? Yes! Okay, excited for volume 10? Self-loving, that's funny for Tortrick. Okay, this is volume 1, where we know Roman Tortrick is a villain. How would you say this in what tone was it? Emotion? Self-loving
way. Okay. You got spirit, Red. But this is the real world. The real world is cold. The real world doesn't care about spirit. You wanna be a hero? Then play the part and die like every other huntsman in history. Well, as for me, I'll do what I do best. Lie, steal, cheat, and survive.
There you have it. I like the grunts you say, because self-loving. You say it in a, I'm happy. I love myself, and I'm a killer. I kill students because Roman Torchic is a killer. So how you describe it as a self-loving way. I also like the pauses and the way you the chuckle he does. You did so good job. And next slide, please. I'm a victim from Waishni. Who wants to say it? Any else? No one else. I'm gonna pick. That Clarence is pointing at. There. What tone? There's just 3 words. Amazed. So how do you sound? I'm a victim in an amazed tone or emotion. A victim. Yes. Exactly. You are happy that you are a victim. That's like how the tone you say it, diba? So you can your companions.
I'll take it.
Okay, alright. Okay, Asterion, what emotion?
Sinong sabi nun?
Happy! Because we all know Asterion is sarcastic. So how would you say it in a happy tone?
Enjoy myself. There's a worm in my brain. I'm surrounded by idiots. And all I've got to drink is wine that tastes like vinegar.
Exactly. He's happy to say it, and because we know from the full context, Asterion was frustrated here, diba? He was angry. It's like he hates like his companions. He hates Tav. Everyone is stupid. So, but the way you described it in a happy tone, it's like he's genuinely happy. Like, I'm enjoying myself, even though I'm surrounded by idiots. I'm happy. There's a worm in my head, and I'm happy. Diba? It's like you describe it like genuinely happy. So, thank you so much. And one of the last slides, Miss Cuddy from Baldur's Gate 3 is from Act 3. So if you have that animal speaking potion, you talk to this, he actually talks. So, anyone? Any volunteers? Sorry? I saw someone pointing at you with a white shirt. Okay?
Ikaw na eh! Ikaw na!
Okay, sige na lang. Sige. We take care of our vocal cords here. So, any volunteers? Yes? Oh, so try. Okay, what's the tone? Moody. How would you say I'm a good boy? Good dog, sorry. Whoa! Hold on. I'm a good dog in a moody tone. Y'all. Good dog, not boy. Okay. How would you say it in a moody tone? Moody. Either you want to sound angry. You're moody. You're frustrated. Everything's all over the place.
Yes, oh goodness, yes. I am a good boy. I do good dog.
Good boy. No, I'm sorry. I should have said good boy. Continue. Okay. Let's start over again. So imagine this scenario. Okay, so in a real scenario where you're talking to the director, like the director is instructing you on how the scenario would play out. So for example, you're in the studio, I'm the director, and you read out the lines, and I say, okay, but let's try, imagine this. You're a moody person, you haven't eaten in weeks, you're thirsty, you're hungry, you're sweating, the sweat sticks to your skin. But yes, this person, you feel like you're a good dog. You're going crazy. Am I going insane saying this? So fantastic stuff. I am a good dog, not boy. Good dog. I am a good dog. So how would you say it in a moody tone? So that's basically, a real life conversation between the director and the voice actor or voiceover artist.
Yes. Oh goodness, yes. I am a good dog. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, so there's different types of moody. I like it. But let's try it a bit more. Like you're frustrated, nasamukan ka. So like, yes, oh goodness, yes. It can be like, oh yes, oh goodness, yes. It's like you're frustrated, you're moody. So let's give it one more try. This is what basically how it goes, guys, like voiceover and voice actors. Like it doesn't just go in one take. There's a lot of takes.
Yes. Oh goodness, yes. I am a good dog. Fantastic stuff.
I see the moody that you're trying to go for. Like you're like, oh my god, am I crazy? I'm like, am I moody? I'm just like, am I happy? Am I angry? So yes, good job. Thank you so much for trying. Everyone, I appreciate everyone's trying, but I think there's one more here. Oh, Tab, you. Sorry, I just love Baldur's Gate, y'all. So, anyone want to volunteer? Anyone? I'm gonna pick.
Can we have Vic?
Yes, go. You hand over the mic.
Our amazing assistant secretary.
How would you say it with grace, sophisticated?
I'm a vocalist, so like this is not my element. Okay. Shouldn't have
wish to live in more interesting times.
Wow. I like that. You said it with grace. And I love how calm and raspy it sounds. It seems like you're talking from your chest voice. Because, you're a person with grace. Just like, I'm fancy, So thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think we have one more. Actually, last na dyan siya. Shadow Hearts. Anyone wanna give this a shot? This is the last. You wanna go? Okay, Isa, let's go. Batak mag-relapse. Oh wow, radiant. It's kind of. Are we fresh? Okay, you're refreshed. Imagine this. You're in a spring waterfall, some spa music playing in the background, just feeling refreshed after a long day from work, from school. How would you say this line?
I am God's favorite princess and the most interesting girl in the world.
Exactly. Thank you. I like it. I really love it. You're refreshed and you're like happy, like you're relaxed. So, thank you so much, everyone, for listening to my discussion, and thank you for participating as well. And I hope you have learned something from it. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for Miss Lara. Thank you for that wonderful talk, and now we get to know more about audio and media thanks to you.
So it was a very fun activity, right, guys? As someone who used to do Japanese voice acting back in 2020, I feel a bit nostalgic because it has been a long while since I've also tried to put out the energy to become a different person using my voice. But I'm really curious about what everyone thinks. What do you think, Oman?
I think we should open the open forum like right now. Should we?
Open forum. So questions?
So any questions, guys?
Yeah.
If you have any questions or clarifications, just raise. What is wrong with this audio? Anyway, just raise your hand and we'll just come to you. And may I ask how many minutes for open forum? 20 minutes.
20
okay.
minutes for open forum.
20 minutes. All right. Then we're gonna.
So I already see a volunteer, a very excited volunteer. So Ate Clar, please introduce yourself and what is your question?
Hello, my name is Mary Clarence Quizon. I'm a comment to Hi Marsky! The last time that I saw Lara's setup for her voice acting, I remember you renovated your closet, right? Yeah, you had to. What is your suggestions for beginners who want to sort of create a similar setup but don't have the space? Because I've seen your closet. Your closet's pretty big, actually. That was a really good setup. But like for people who are not so fortunate to have this space, what would be your suggestion? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Good question, actually, Clarence. So I started with a really cheap microphone. It was like a very like 200 pesos on a microphone. You could hear the buzz. Yeah, yes, that made it. Like you could hear the so audio. Like yeah, you get me, So it's thank you so much. I actually like the question because we all start from somewhere, Let's say you have that microphone. I think I think the microphone is a problem, no? So let's say now you saved enough for a decent microphone. Decent, like for example, 5.5 AM8. It's a dynamic. It's okay. I use that. So for beginners, cover yourself in a blanket. I know you're gonna sweat so much. You're gonna be soaked in sweat, but it's what you can do because audio treatment. You can have like a really cheap microphone, but what's important is how you treat the room, how you treat the audio space. Because first, so this room, echo, diba? And if I speak into the microphone, klaro kayo siya nag-echo. So how you would treat an acoustic space, it's very important. Especially sound engineers would know this. Producers, you would know like, oh, it sounds kind of far. Like, diba, when you clap or you snap, it sounds like, So, cover yourself in a blanket. Or, pwede ka na mo ibali ang mattress. And then like ang mattress then microphone. And then you can use something to cover in front so that when the audio or the sound bounces off, it goes back. So, because how the audio spreads is like different direction. So if you have corners in the wall, back, and madungog ang echo. So these are good soundproof walls here, acoustic. It's good. And so, but this is too big. This room is too big. So imagine this corner lang and cover yourself in acoustic treatment walls. That's already good. But for a budget, just cover yourself in a blanket or cover the entire space you're recording. Because I literally used to do this recording like that. It helps. It works. It gives good, decent audio. So yeah, thank you for the question, Clarence. Anyone else?
There's a question right here for our
technical director. Okay, for starters and beginners, I tend to hear this a lot from also friends. How do you know if that demo reel is the perfect demo reel to,
Thank you so much for the question. What makes a demo reel perfect, or how would you know that demo reel is perfect? The thing is, a demo reel, let's say you get a demo reel based on the projects you worked in, diba? But what if you haven't worked in a project at all? So what you would do is to look up scripts online. Don't use AI, like legit scripts, because they would actually, it gives context and from real scenes. So you would do that, gather them all up from different tones, different emotions, and compile them, and that would be a demo reel. For starters lang ha. That's what I did, because I didn't have any projects before, so I did just make my own demo reel. Then it's quite hard because there's no perfect demo reel. It's a demo reel that you've showcased what you are and who you are as a voice actor and how you can deliver those. So if you deliver those well, that's good. People will take note of, because you can be the best voice actor in the world. You can have the best demo reel, but the director doesn't want your voice. That's the thing. You can have the cleanest audio. You can have the best emotional scene. You can deliver the 100% AA8 rate games, na voice, but the director and casting director doesn't like it. That's the reality, because they are looking for a specific voice that would fit to their project. So no, I don't think there is a perfect demo reel. Just do what you do, deliver those tones and deliver those lines rather, and that's how you get a gig, or that's how you get a project, because the director I can see you voicing for this character. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for the question. I hope that answers it.
Are there any other volunteers? Okay, there is.
You know how when you have an actual project that's taking a long time to record, and then you feel yourself get tired, you feel your voice changing, so you do another day, but you can't find that voice anymore. How do you deal with stuff like that? So it's almost continuous, your performance and the voice that you want to reenact again.
Okay, so I like that question actually. Thank you so much. I have faced a similar situation. I did voice for this character a year ago, and my voice sounded like a bit like this, and I sound like this is my normal voice, and it sounds like mid-range. But right now, the way I talk, it's kind of more in my diaphragm. I don't really talk like with my throat, so it sounds different, of course. But the way, it's because when you're given the project and you're given the time to reread everything and analyze the script, talk with the director, the creative head and stuff like that, you know what the character sounds like. You know what the character is, who the character is, what's their lore, what happened to them. But the only challenge is the voice. So now this is the tricky part. Either the casting director wants you to record from the top, or you can try to at least reach a certain level of the tone na. Because it's very difficult. But that's the thing about long projects. Things change, your voice changes. What if, Simbaku, you got an injury that changed your voice? So what happens? The worst case scenario, you get replaced. But the good case scenario, best case scenario is that the casting director is very, they want you to re-record and at your own pace and your new tone, and this time, it's gonna be consistent na because updated na ba yung script, updated ng story. So that's a thing. For example, another one, the motion capture thing. This is more on the body acting, body language. So the character that I did, Luna, she's a journalist, very excited, eager for news, eager for it. Yeah, it's similar to the communication, so eager for drama or something like that. So of course, how Luna would act would be like eager, excited, like so much energy bursting, about to burst, but you just try to hold it in because you're a professional. But how? But there's another scene next, I think next year, but that I'd have to go back and play as Luna. But before that, I would have to play another character that's very different from Luna. So what if I ask myself, "Hala, unsa naman na?" It's gonna be interrupting, like, the flow. But then again, you know the character. You had time to read the script, and you have time to go through everything. So it's just all reviewing. Review it. Just go back to basics, how you started with this character and how you voice it out. So thank you. Hope that answers your question.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Hello. I just want to ask this question, siguro, on behalf of everyone. If you're a beginner, either in voice acting or in casting specifically, I think the easier part is studying on your own and trying to learn. But what makes it more difficult is getting out there, and what I'm talking about is specifically like contacts and stuff. So, contacts or if you were a aspiring, let's say, voice actor, for example, where do you know to find, or where would you go in order to find out, like, for example, oh, this game is looking for jobs like this. Like, how would I know that these people are looking for talents or voice actors? Because, of course, studying is one thing, but getting out there is the next important step.
That's a very good question. Thank you. So we all are going back now. We all start from zero. Either you're lucky enough that you know connections, or you just don't know anyone. And I just happen to be that person. I don't know anyone. But first, create a demo reel, or if you're a shoutcaster, create like gigs you've done. Or if you haven't done a gig, do some samples. Because you have the materials, you have the skill and talent to learn. It just takes passion without, because you cannot get far without passion. So if you just give up, well, no gig or project's gonna come to you if you don't want to put an effort into it. So you start with creating a demo reel or anything. Then the trickiest part is how do you go out there as a voice talent. First, there are many websites and many servers. Discord server, Casting Call Club. Is anyone familiar with that? CastingCallClub.com. That's where people they're looking for animators, writers. So not just voice acting. So if you wanna help write an indie animation or a series, Casting Call Club. Casting Call Club? Yeah, it's color blue. And you can look through every single thing that you could do. So you can start with unpaid roles. Don't immediately go to paid roles. Okay, like wait lang. You need the portfolio for it. Yes, you need the portfolio for it. I didn't start with paid roles because I know but even right now I'm still at my 5%. I have so long on a journey to go to budget. So you start what you can. Start what you have, considering the budget, the microphone, the equipment, the room where you're in, the background noise. Kaya if you get a paid role and ay manok nagsaba-saba, what are you gonna do with that? Unless the director pays the studio for you. But that's like, whoa, it's 1 in a million chance. So Casting Call Club, or it's on Discord. Now since it's a Discord, they have a Discord. There's a lot. Just look up voice acting, voiceovers on Discord servers. There's a lot. And Voice 123, it's where you put like your reels, existing script. And that time, I didn't have any gigs. All I did was I attended a workshop from voice acting. It's called, I forgot the name. It was hosted by Claire Cordelia and Ernest Buzon. It's at 11 Voice. What's the studio na sa Mango? Voice 11? Room 11. Yes, Room 11. They hold, they do workshops for voice acting. You even get a certificate. So that's one way to start it. Voice banking is another thing. What's voice banking? So you go to a studio. And hey, I do voice acting, voice social media is our #1 platform for everything. So I think that's one of the big steps, first steps you can take as a beginner. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately there'll be time for wait, it's 2:15. Can we entertain one more or we'll just move on? Okay, we can entertain one more question before we move on to the next part of the program. Are there anyone who want to ask? You, Joaquin? Huh?
All right.
So, as a beginner that's like passionate for voice acting, how long have you participated in any voice acting related activities or like, and with that, what obstacles have you faced towards your journey in voice acting and how have you overcome those journey and then being in a more comfortable setting, which pretty much helps kanang, like, and what are some other techniques that you think might help in like managing or like balancing pretty much like your life and then voice acting?
Thank you so very much for the question. I just started 2 years ago. I just started 2 years. It's such a small amount of time, but like lore-wise, I did narrations for like literally My Little Pony fan fictions. I used to do narrations. It's silly. I was like 6th grade. I used to do that, and that's so I'm like, oh my gosh, I actually love reading. I like to do voices. So time goes on, and then college happened. Was this communications, and I'm like, nice like ini. I want to push through with my voice. I want to do what I want to do what I used to love. So I went into voiceovers first. Like, for example, like mga school projects, assignments that requires voiceovers. I did that with a cheap microphone. You can even hear like the crackle of the noise. Nanapat ang microphones sa background. So I had to like make the background sound effect louder. So it's just, those like the biggest challenges, is the how little to nothing I know about equipment, acting. Because I'm not a good actor. Like, we don't start as being a good actor. Yeah, I remember practicing so much, reading out lines. I sound stupid, screaming, crying, being angry alone in my room, thinking like my mom was like, oh my god, is she okay? So, it's just, everything is like a really big challenge. But everything finally clicked when I started reaching out to mentors. Claire Codilia, Ernest Buzon. I did a workshop at Room 11, and oh my gosh, it was amazing because they actually teach you how to act. They teach you how to analyze the script, and even like the slides, those are inspired. Like, those are what I learned from the workshop as well. So honestly, it's just studying. I did a lot of studying for voice acting, voiceovers, how to read a line, how to enunciate the word, and how to sound like, a general American accent that sounds quite different. So, I'm being whitewashed. But anyways, it takes a lot of effort. I remember being so tired and burnt out, plus shoutcasting. So shoutcasting, you have to talk a lot, improv, like no script or whatsoever, so it's very tiring and burnt. I remember being so burnt out with voice acting, I had to stop until 3rd year college, and then up until now. So it really takes passion, honestly, to get into this industry, into this very competitive industry, because everyone's better than you, but you don't have to be better than, like, you don't have to go at their level. Be your own version, best version of you as a voice actor, because that is identity alone. Identity alone. So, that's one of the biggest challenges, my identity, like who I am as a voice actor and what I can do with my voice. That goes back to the first line. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna close the open forum, and now we're gonna move forward to our program. Moving forward is now time for our on-the-spot reading and feedback session. For this one, I'd like to call on Ms. Megan Bolicer for this.
Okay, so we are all aware that a number of us are volunteering for TICOM, and we will be making audiobooks in Binisaya. So we're gonna shift to practicing reading Cebuano at. Whoa, okay, come here, Clarence. We will try to read a balak. Read as much as you can na lang. Or finish it. Okay, let's choose your emotion. Oh no. I can't see. Shake it. Can you actively shake me while I read this? Perhaps. Gani? This is.
I thought that when I was using a mic stand, it would be because I'm singing and not performing this. So, I think this is fine. I'm not that short, guys. Thank you. This is a balak called Cementerio sa Kareta dihang nangutana ka kung unsaon ang balak sa pagbasa by Jeremiah Bundok. Migilok ang akong kaspa kaysa imong pagsikit kalit kang mihonghongog nangutana kung unsaon man di ay ang balak sa pagbasa. Ang kuan matud ko hana kag nakalitan kanang makapasok apan dili sama ni anang nagdilaab nga mga pabiling guys I can't read nga mga pabilong gidagutan kansang kainit sa pabugnaong marmol mi kamang kung dili sama ni anang imong paghonghong sama sa paghapyot sa imong ginhawa sa punuan sa akong tunggan kanang tanlas sara sa paghagawhaw sa kabugnaw nga igo lang I can't read wait take two kanang tanlas sara sa paghagawhaw sa kabugnaw nga igo lang ni pakanaas sa mga dahon sa kasya diin kita sa ilawom niini ni pasilong itago sa himantayong mga bituon basta ginanti ka dito sa Cementerio sa Kareta taliwa sa Milanog nga kihilom sa dayong pagkatak-om sa kagabion. Yay! Awesome.
Wow! That was such a good start. Thank you so much, Clarence. Murag drama sa radyo eh. Okay, do we have another brave soldier? Yes, hello, come over here. Just read as much as you can. Or finish it. Words, are you ready?
Hello. Bisaya. Kahapon, pagdulong ko diri. Ay, char. I have to read that. I have to read that title. I'm so sorry.
Emotion.
Ugma karon gahapon o ganina. Magkita rata diri sa atong padulungan. Virus ligtas o ligtas. Gahapon, padulong ko diri. Karon ni abot ko dito. Ganina nilakaw ko kapalayo sa ugma. Karon ni apas. Ang kaganina nako, lisod na ni. Kapoy ang magkukod sa nadakpan na. Kanina na unta,
lain kundi ang iyang kaugalingon.
Afraid.
This will end up a whimper audio. Gabasa ni ining naisulat si Adonis miingon. Pretentious apan kay kining balaka. Wa man. Wa rasab kini mo tubag. Ang balak ba tunay katungod sa papel din kini nahisulat. Kung wa ang papel kay wa rasab. That's all I got.
Good job. Okay. We have one more if somebody's willing. Special request, Ron Jeric Luquias. We have a balak by our very own Doc Cindy Velasquez. Do her proud. Your emotion is nothing. Dark emotions. Freestyle na lang. Mash up of emotions. Sige. We will just spin the wheel here. And then we will tell you. Sige, go. Okay. Whoa, okay. Hostile. Sige, kahit dyan ang imong binisaya. Hostile.
Alimyon. Alimyon sa kalipay. Talisalop ka to, usa ka Sabado. Dito sa Cagayan de Oro, din ang luspad ang abil sa adlaw. Gikauras sa mga bituon, ang aping sa langit. Giliyok-liyok ang buwan sa panit sa kangit-ngit. Ug sa dihang nilayag nako sa barko, nakalimot kung umandi ay laba kining akong sinina. Sukad gigamit ko dito sa busay sa busay sa timuga. Ug kalit lang nakighagwa ang mga lakrang katawa nga namilit ning panaptunan. Diri nay sayran ko nga ang kalipay adunay alimyon ug kini nisuksok sa kinasuokan ning dughan. Apan kalit lang pod gikusog-kusog sa kabugnaw sa hangin ang akong paghandom. Dayon kini gihumol sa akong paglantaw sa nagbuang dagat hangtod kini giwaswasan sa uwan. Sige lang, daghan pa man diri ang sabag akong mga sinina nga wala pa gilabhan.
Yippee! He doesn't have a hostile bone in his body. Okay. Our next activity, we will try to, because our audiobooks will be composed of kanang mga balak o mga sugilanon. So we will try to do one short story, and this short story has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 6 readers. 6 readers. So one will be the narrator. Okay. We need 2 who will sound like little boys. So we need 2 people to voice Pongkoy and Bube. And then we need 1 old woman, Nanay Esther, mag-script analysis sa sila. This is all part of the process. Okay. Let's have Hello? Hello? Around like elementary age. Let's say middle, like so really body your characters. Are you ready to be Pungkoy Kian? Yes. Perfect. Sige, let's move here to the front, guys. So those who will be doing the Tigom audiobooks, you really need to discuss it with your fellow readers. What's the game plan? See, let's go. Let's go, guys. Yes. Use the mic.
Hello, hello. Hello. Mas baka ba yung sista?
Hello? Yes?
Like das. Okay. Si Pungkoy ug ang Pulang bisikleta. Hilom nga naglingkod si Pungkoy sa usa ka dakong bato ilawom sa dakong punuan sa akasya. Ang kahoy diha sa sulod sa pininsahang tugkaran sa usa ka dakong balay. Berde ang pintal sa balay. Gipanag-iya kini sa pamilyang Cruz. Nagtanaw siya kang bube nga mag-ibugon. Nagsakay si bube sa iyang bisikleta. Ang color sa bisikleta pula. Sakay siyang bisikleta, gilibot ni Bube ang tugkaran sa pipila ka higayon. Usahay musingit siya o mukatawa sa kalipay. Init ang sila sa adlaw sa katuhan ug si Bube gipaningot. Ilawom sa kasya, wa manumbaling si Pungkoy sa kainit sa adlaw. Hayahay ang gibati ilawom sa landong. O pagkanindot punta, undo na sa koy bisikleta. Nang kanayon ang hunahuna ni Pungkoy, pulasat pareha sa kambube. Apan pobre sila. Si Tatay Cardo, niya usalang ka-driver ni Dr. Cruz. Ang binulan niya sa suhol sa iyang amahan, ikaw lang alang sa bugas o isda. Aron matuman ang iyang panganoy, ipalit siya agan siyang bagol sa merkado. Nang limpiya siyang sapatos, matag sa bado, o Domingo. Gitigom niya ang iyang kita sa alkansya. Nang lampaso siya sa salog sa balay ni Mrs. Rama, bisan gamay ang suhol. Nanguna siya sa tanaman ni Mrs. Cruz para mapunan ang iyang tinigong o pila ka pesos. Gipahunong ni Bube ang bisikleta tungod sa nahimutang ni Pungkoy na naog siya. Gusto kang masakay, Koy? Sugna ni Bube. Dok, Bube? Gusto ko masakay sa imong bisikleta. Itubag ni Pungkoy. Nahimuot siya og mipahiyong ngadto kang Bube. Nagpahiyong usab si Bube ng kakunit sa bisikleta. Nitingdog si Pungkoy. dahil nagantak sa mga pedal. Anindot ang iyang gibati, unya gipaspasan niya pagtindak ang mga pedal. Ang bisikleta milibot sa tukaran, sama kang bubi, misingit ug katawa si Punggoy. Nagpaninggit si Punggoy. Human sa pipila kapag libot gibatik kakapoy si Punggoy, gipaningot siya niya karon. Gipahunong niya ang bisikleta ug miangtak sa yuta. Gitunang niya pagbalik ngadto kang bubi ang bisikleta.
Papalit og bisikleta sa imong tatay, koy!
Matod ni Bube nga migunit sa manubela, gitutukan ni Pungkoy si Bube o niya giduko siya.
May Bube?
Matod ni Pungkoy nga subong mitanaw kang Bube.
Si tatay driver, nanginyang, unya, wala siya, sobrang kwarta nga, ikaw palit bisan, sikandahan lang. Apaan gusto ka? Makatag-iya ang bisikleta. Di ba? Gamit kayo ni. Sayon na ang mga ato. Sa eskwelahan. Ang paghuli kung duha ka nini.
Gihikap ni Bube ang likuranan sa bisikleta.
Hibaw ko! Kung doon ako kay bisikleta, di na ko kinahanglan mga muhatag pa si nanay o pwede sa jeepney kanako kadalaw!
Matod ni Pungkoy nga nihikap sa likid sa bisikleta.
Pangitay paagi ang makabisikleta ka, koy!
Matod ni Bube.
Doon na ko yakan siya! Nagtigong na ko kwarta!
Matod ni Pungkoy.
Maayo na! Di lang ribaw ay magtikom! Kalaog iyong ipapalit ang bisikleta!
Mipahiyom si Bube. Unya nabati nila ang tingog ni Mrs. Cruz nga nagtawag kang Bube. Gitanaw ni Pungkoy si Bube nadaling misakay sa bisikleta. Kusog nga mitagan si Bube sa bisikleta paingon sa ilang balay. Nilabay ang usa ka buwan, si Nanay Esther dito sa kusina nagluto sa pamahaw. Mibangon si Pungkoy, nasingo sa iyong ilong ang kahumot sa minantika ang itlog gikan sa kusina. Mibati siya kagutom. Nakita niya si Tatay Cardo nga nanudlay at ubangan sa salamin sa bumbong. Pungkoy, kaligo na aron mamahaw. Matod ni Nanay Esther.
Unay,
Tubag ni Pungkoy. Milahos siya sa patawan sa ilang balay ug dali nga naligo. Samtang sila nangaon, may gisugilon si Tatay Cardo kang Nanay Esther bahin sa usa ka singsing nga nawala.
mao na, nawala ang singsing ni Mrs. Cruz. Wa siya may nundong din katunong wala.
Matod ni Tatay Cardo, human mo inom og usa ka basong tubig. Gitan-aw siya ni Nanay Esther. Unsa man tong singsinga? Bulawan o plata? Sukit ni Nanay. Gikan sa kapitera, gitagayan niya kape ang tasa ni Punggoy. Unya gibutangan niya duha ka kutsaritang asukar ang tasa. Gipun-an og gatas. Gipikas si Punggoy ang usa ka pandesal ug gibutangan og usa ka hiwang itlog sa tunga.
Bulawan.
Gikan kang Tatay Cardo. Mitanaw siya kang Pungkoy ug unya nga to kang Nanay Esther.
Nagkuul kayo si Mrs. Cruz nga nawala ang singsing.
Nganong mag-uul man siya? Dato bitaw sila? Sayon na siyang makapalit dayon og bagong singsing. Matod ni Nanay Esther, misugod pagkaon si Pungkoy. Mihigop siya sa kape nga may gatas. Nagpadayon siya pagpaminaw sa iyang amahan o ginahan nga naghisgot sa nawalang singsing ni Mrs. Cruz.
Espesyal katong singsing nga alang kaniya. Diamante ang bato niya to. Hinatag sa iyang inahan dihang gikasal sila ni Dr. Cruz.
Mitingdog si Tatay Cardo.
Ato na ko, si Dr. Cruz ug ang iyang pamilya nanimba sa katedral karon.
Cardo, kining imong anak nagtigong og kwarta aron mag-ikapalit og bisikleta. Matod ni Nanay Esther, tabangi siya aron makapalit siyang second hand lang. Nagtuo ko ng
eskwela.
Gikakos ni Pungkoy ang iyang amahan.
Asa man na to? Palita ang bisikleta tay. Duna ko'y amigo nga may repair shop at tuon ko siya sa unya. Tingali, may bisikletang second-hand nga iyang ikabaligya ka nato. Pula tay? Kung di ni pula, papintalan na to pula. Salamat tay!
Matod ni Pungkoy, nalipay siya sa gisulti ni Tatay Cardo. Unya miamen siya sa kamot sa iyang amahan. Sa nakalakaw ng iyang amahan, gikuha ni Pungkoy ang kahon sa iyang limpia bota gikan sa suok. Gihuna-huna niya ang mga butang nga iyang buhaton anang adlaw. Una, musimba siya, human manglimpyo siya sapatos sa plaza sa simbahan. Unya, atuon niya ang balay ni Mrs. Rama aron maglampuno sa salog ginamit ang bunot. Nahinumduman niya ang tanaman sa mga rosas ni Mrs. Cruz. Apan ang iyang amahan wa magsulti kaniyag kaganina kung paatuon ba siya ni Mrs. Cruz sa ilaron kunuhan ang garden na patyon ang mga ulod. Tingali si Mrs. Cruz nakalimot pagtugon kan Tatay Cardo nga siya paatuon sa balay nga berde aron limpyuhan ang garden. Tingali nakalimot si Mrs. Cruz tungod kay kanunay lang kining naghunahuna sa nawala niyang singsing. Milabayang usa ka semana, adlaw gihapon nga Domingo, gitawag ni Tatay Cardo si Pungkoy.
Kuyog ka na ako karon ngadto sa balay ng berde. Gusto ni Mrs. Cruz ang nga unahan mo ang hardin o patyon ang mga ulod sa iyang mga brusas. Daghan ng sagbot ang mga ulod dito karon.
Matod ni Tatay Cardo.
Sa miyagi Domingo, wa man gika mo ingon nga paatuon ko tay. Ay tuod. Nahinumdum ko nga nagtugon si Mrs. Cruz. Ako'y malimot pag-ingon nimo dong.
Si Pungkoy ug iyang amahan nangadto sa balay sa mga krus human mamahaw.
Ayuha paglimpyo ang tanaman ko'y. Di ay 20 pesos alang sa imong subol.
Matod ni Mrs. Cruz nga mitunol sa kwarta ngadto kang Pungkoy.
Biyaan ka na mo dinhi. Muguyog si Bubi ka na ko ngadto sa merkado. Kung may kinahanglan ka, sultiin lang si Dr. Cruz. Tuwa siya sa sulod.
Dihang nakalakaw na sila si Bube, si Mrs. Cruz ug si tatay niya nga maoy nagdrive sa auto. Gisugdan ni Pungkoy ang paglimpyo sa hardin ni Mrs. Cruz. Giguna niya ang mga paliling upang sagbot ginamit ang usa ka sundang angol. Gipangutlo niya ang mga dahon sa rosas nga gikaon sa mga ulod. Ang mga ulod iyang giyatak-yatakan. Samtang nagpadayon paguna si Pungkoy, may nahikapan siyang usa ka butang sa yuta. Usa ka malingin nga butang.
Uy, sing-sing!
Nakaingon si Pungkoy.
Gibagha mao ni ang sing-sing na nawala ni Mrs. Cruz?
Unya nakahuna-huna siya nga kung dinhi siya iuli kang Mrs. Cruz ibigbaligya niya ngadto sa ahensya. Ang kwarta sobra patingali nga ipalit og bagong bisikleta. Julie walang niyo kang Mrs. Cruz matod niya sa kaugalingon. Apan nakahuna-huna nasasab siya.
Dili, di ko na lang iuli ka niya. Ibaligya ko na ni ang mapalit ko ang bisikleta nga akong gipangandoy.
Naglibog na hinuon ang iyang hunahuna. Unya nahinumdum siya sa giingon ni Nanay Esther kaniya sa kahigayon ni Ana. Anak kong buutan, kamog musulti sa tinuod, ang Diyos mo hatag pagganti kanimo. Karon kung iuli niya kang Mrs. Cruz ang singsing, si Mrs. Cruz malipay. Nahibawo siya nga dakong sala sa usa ka bata kung siya di mutugan sa tinuod. Nakahukom da siya nga iuli ang singsing ngadto kang Mrs. Cruz. Padayunan lang niya pagtigom og kwarta sa iyang alkansya. Dihang nangabot na sila Mrs. Cruz, si Bube ug si Tatay Carlo niya gikan sa merkado. Si Mrs. Cruz ug si Bube midiretso pagsulod sa balay. Iparking ni Tatay Carlo ang auto dito sa garahe. Gituol ni Pungkoy ang iyang amahan ug miamen. Gisultian sad niya ang iyang amahan bahin sa singsing nga niyang nakit-an.
Tay, di ara tay. Ang sing-sing.
Matod ni Pungkoy nga mitunol niini sa iyang amahan.
Mrs. Cruz,
Tawag ni Tatay Cardo.
nakita ni Pungkoy ang sing-sing.
Dali nga nakagawa si Mrs. Cruz gikan sa balay. Misaya ang iyang nawong. Nakita usab ni Pungkoy si Bube ug si Dr. Cruz nga misunod ka Mrs. Cruz.
Mao ni akong nawala kong singsing.
Matod ni Mrs. Cruz.
Nahinumdum na ko. Mga duha na kasimanang nakalabay din ko sa garden. Gihapnig ko ang makaang sa akong mga rosas. Tingali ang singsing na huslo sa akong tudlo kay Lord. sa Diyos nakita ang kinikoy. Dako kayo kalipay ni Mrs. Cruz nga nahibalik kaniyang singsing. Gantihan ko ikaw, koy. Ano may gusto mo? Sugnan mi Mrs. Cruz. Gikawot ni Pungkoy ang iyang ulo. Mauwa siyang musuti ka Mrs. Cruz bahin sa iyang nahuna-huna ang ni Anong higayuna. Tingali kumaon kini ang iyang pangayoon sobra ra kaayo. Ang gusto niyang pangayoon lang Miss Cruz ang usa ka bisikletang pula sama sa kambube.
So di si mama ko eh. Kung unsa imong gusto.
Matod ni Bube.
Gusto kong bisikletang parehas sa kang
Matod ni Pungkoy. Sama sa kambube. Pula nga bisikleta. Matod ni Mrs. Cruz.
Oo, ma'am.
Gitanaw ni Mrs. Cruz si Bube. Mahimong ihatag nimo kang Pungkoy ang imong bisikleta, anak.
Oo, mama. Akong ihatag kang Pungkoy ang akong bisikleta.
Matod ni Bube. Mitagan si Bube paingon sa terasa sa ilang balay din dito ang bisikleta.
Ayaw, bagam kini bisikleta ko eh, ha?
Matod ni Bube pagbalik niya. Matod ni Pungkoy gumigunit sa monobela sa bisikleta. Kitanaw niya si Mrs. Cruz umiingon.
Salamat, Miss Cruz.
Miari si Pungkoy sa bisikleta ug paspas nga misikat sa mga pedal.
Koy! Lumbat ako! Makabait ako bagong bisikleta!
Misingit si Bube.
Oh, Bube! Lumbat ako!
Milingi si Pungkoy nga nangisi.
I would like to, Miss Lara, if you can, rate the voice acting, the wonderful voice acting that we just did here.
So I came in late. I didn't know there was supposed to be an activity, but I just walked in right on time. One thing I noticed, I love the gestures. I really appreciate that you. Oh my gosh, that you actually did the movements. You did just stay in one place. I like that. I really like it because I'm not really understand Bisaya, but like I think it was describing like ana ang bike. So you have to act it out like ana kay it's weird, right? If you just stand in one place and then just act like you're trembling. So I really love how you gave it like the gestures. Like I appreciate I love the voice actors and the narration as well. It's soft. You're narrating what's happening, and I like story and I like how the characters react to that narration. And like I said, katong the mood of the whole story, you didn't play the mood. You let the mood come to you, and I like that. Especially when you did the childlike voice, because I can't sound like this. Sound pitch, high pitch, diba? Yana? So I like the change of voice, the change of tone, and it's very immersive. I really love it because it brings if you just close your eyes and listen, you can visualize what's happening. Because first, the voices, the soothing narration, and the way the scene slowly escalates into like handa na ko ng bike, the narration changes as well because you want to let the viewers think this is happening. Imagine this is you. So it's like when you're does anyone listen to audiobooks? Yeah, diba? So when they do audiobooks, it's like that. There's like closing your eyes and you just visualize what's going on. Because I struggle to read. Like I'm not dyslexic, but I just have a hard time reading. Yeah, it's hard for me to visualize. That's why audiobooks, I just listen because I can visualize. And this activity really was on the spot. It's great. I love I really appreciate that the topics that I have touched on, I discussed on, it was really brought here, like nabuhat dyan ninyo. So, good job everyone. I really loved everything. So, great job.
Thank you so much for your feedback, Miss Lara. I also learned a lot from our voice actors today. So, all right. Brace yourselves because the next performance is about to steal the show. She is a first-year literary and cultural studies student.
what song to perform. And then I asked Ate Megan, which was, she's the one who approached me. And then I was like, what should I sing? Officially Missing You by Tamia, Ate, or Killing Me Softly by KZ Tandingan? And she was like, I'm rooting for the latter part. So I was like, okay, I'll sing it for you. So to everyone here, to my friends, to Ate Megan, to the singers, and to the audience, this is for you. Killing Me Softly by KZ Tandingan.
Cover speech.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his.
second and final speaker of this afternoon. But before I introduce our final speaker, the second speaker was supposed to be Miss Liana, but unfortunately she couldn't be a guest speaker for us. So now on to the introduction. Our last speaker of the afternoon is quite accomplished. He started his career with a 2013 SoundCloud release and soon became a fixture in Cebu's bars, art spaces, and intimate venues. His early lo-fi folk projects, The Bedroom Voice and The Pink App, laid the foundation for his evolving sound and storytelling. In 2021, he signed with Melt Records and released his debut single, Leave Your Baggage by the Door. He later launched his acclaimed debut album, Boringly Wild, followed by his acoustic live album songs written on a convenience store receipt, which the proceeds were supported victims of Typhoon Karina. His music has also made waves in the film industry, bringing Cebu's music to the international stage. Not only that, he co-founded the Folking Friends production, an artist-led collective supporting emerging musicians. He is currently developing his second full-length album and releasing new materials through his side project, The Cross and Sons. Sorry if I messed it up. He also co-produced Liana San Diego's upcoming album with Stereo, and finally, he was featured by CNN Life in 2022 as the Cebuano Troubadour and recognized by the Freeman as one of the city's most promising local acts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce Mr. Keith Human. A round of applause, please.
Hello, okay pa mo?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Anyway, so yeah, my name is Keith Human. Sa atong kon ay sa kay nasa may technical. Wala man gud may kay bawo na dako ang screen diri. Okay. I-show password or Franco? Show password niya. Screen cap. Hello. So, okay. Okay. Hello, let me introduce myself again. So my name is Keith Human. Beside me, wait, no, with the rehearsal, sorry guys. Anyway, so next slide, please. So hello, my name is Keith. I've been doing the music thing for 10 years now. I'm a recording artist and still proudly DIY. I just graduated. I graduated from BFA Cinema in 2019. So back then, no internet, there's no Wi-Fi, and yes, I feel old now. So I not only do music, but also film scoring, screenwriting, film photography, and recently music production. So, go Stereo Boy.
So,
we really need to rehearse for better. Anyway, so muna ang sound. Basically, muna ang usual sound nako if I'm alone, not helped by stereo. So yeah. Very lo-fi, very DIY. We make use of what we have. beside me is
Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Franco, also known as Stereo. And I've been a music producer and audio engineer for 11 years now. And I'm also a recording artist. I do everything DIY in my own studio, which is just my living room, honestly. And I graduated information technology in 2023, so just 2 years ago. And I'm also the audio engineer for a web series called Unya After Hours, which is like the Tiny Desk version, but kanang sa mga local artists sa Cebu. So, so this is another song that me and Keith made together.
Yeah, so happy year ko. So yeah, I sound happy. I sound happy. So mas bongga siya pa man ako, no? Nasa stereo. Anyway, so muna ang content sa mong i-teach ninyo today, this afternoon. Hopefully, dito magabian na. So yeah. So you'll know about digital recordings, different kind of recordings, and also keep that fiery passion burning. So let's start. So digital audio recording. So digital audio recording is the capturing of a sound source, the conversion from analog to digital information, and the storage of that information. So basically, the audio recording is man-made. Hopefully AI won't touch it in the future, but yeah, basically mo ni siya ang pinaka-human contribution to Mother Earth. Pinaka-kawan. So yeah, so types of recording, there's mono and stereo, not him. Stereo. So mono has one channel. Primary use case niya is vocals, podcasting, audiobook recording, and Miss Lara's profession kay mono ilang gamit ana, but depende na sa game. In the world of the game, it's a different story na, but yeah, but when she records, it's mono. Setup complexity is low. You can do it yourself. You can do it anywhere as long as walay samok. And the key advantages is focus sound, low file size, simple to mix. Its key limitations, no stereo width or spatial detail. So medyo huot siya. Medyo huot siya because it's only recording in one direction. So stereo on the other hand, we have two channels, the left and the right. Primary use case is acoustic instruments, live rooms, ambience, or performances. Setup complexity is medium because you'll deal with a lot of wires and also mixing. And the key advantages is it's wider, it's more immersive, and natural room tone. And key limitations is more storage use, so ready that 1 terabyte or 500 gigabytes.
Yeah, so with stereo recordings, usually in mono, you can just use one mic, like this mic right here. when I'm talking or when Keith is talking, that's all mono. But with stereo recording, it's two mics panned left and right, or there's always a difference in the two left and right signals that make it stereo. So that's why there is a medium setup complexity, because you need to have more mics than just one. So yeah.
So we will show you some samples of one of my favorite songs ever. So this is David Bowie. I think I've researched to a lot of songs, and I think Space Oddity is the most obvious difference sa iyang pag with the way it was mixed, mono and stereo. So this is how the mono sounds.
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6, command.
So and this is the stereo version of the song.
Protein pills and put your helmet on.
You're now placed. So the difference is sa mono kay makabantay mo na si David dili, naka dili. Sa mono is si David na dili, ang guitar na dili, ang bass na dili.
Check ignition and may God's love
let the chorus
be with you.
So kanina part ang pinaka-part na stereo.
This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade.
One of the greatest mankind inventions. So anyway, so mo to pinaka-alarg siya na ako na, oh wow, I can hear everything. Like, I can hear this side and that side. And possibly at the back. if your headphones are that good. So yeah, muna siya types of recording. And yeah, muna siya mono and stereo. So we're gonna move on to audio file format. So audio file format, muna ang kuha ni Franco, iyang specialty.
So yeah, audio file formats, it's a file format for storing digital audio. So the bit layout of the audio data is called the audio coding format and can be uncompressed or compressed to reduce the file size. So this is a very important, very technical but important thing to learn when you're recording, is because it depends on, like, you can record very well, but if your file format, like, you chose the wrong file format, sayang kayo may effort. So waveform is the industry standard. It is the waveform audio file format. So it's the true representation of the original sound, so without any loss of quality. So this is a lossless format. So that means there's no artifact. So this is very accurate to what you record in the studio. So wave files are widely used in professional audio recording and editing because they provide a true representation of the original sound without any loss of quality. So yeah, because if your file format is lower in quality, that means there's going to be a lot more unwanted noise when you, in your file. So when you're editing, or as you give the file to an engineer, it's important na you give them the best quality so that they have more room to edit your voice, because that's like a nightmare to work with bad file formats, and I have tried that before. So the next one is MP3. We all know what MP3 is. We love MP3. So this is a standard format for compression of audio into a very small file, while preserving the original level of sound quality when it is played. So MP3 files is the compression that saves valuable space while maintaining near flawless quality of the original source of sound. So the big difference of waveforms and WAV files and MP3 is the file size. So for example, a normal song, like a 4-minute song for MP3 is like just 5 MB. But when you download the wave format, it's like 60 MB,
30.
up to 60. Yeah. So this is a lossy format. So this is not like as accurate to the original recording. It's because it compresses your digital audio to basically save up more space. That's why there's a lot more artifacts in MP3 that you can't really like hear normally. But when an engineer like works on your audio and that's MP3, they're gonna be like, ooh, why is this distorting now? Or like, ooh, I need to like EQ this more, but I don't have enough headroom. So
That's why a certain filter.
Yeah.
We can't explain it, but basically MP3, Spotify, Wave, Apple Music.
Yeah,
So-
pretty much.
So I don't know. Listen to Taylor Swift's album, like makakaon ka, oh, ano siya.
Yeah.
Yan ang reaction. Then last but not the least,
M4A. M4A is relatively like recent because M4A was created because of Apple, like the iPhone. That's the standard audio format for when you record sounds using your iPhone or like Apple products. So it's an audio compressed file used today due to increased quality demands resulting from cloud storage and larger hard drive space in contemporary computers. Its high quality keeps it relevant because users who need to hear distinct sounds on audio files will need this over more common file types. So this is definitely better than MP3. That's why, thank you, Apple. But it's funny because M4A is not actually supported by a lot of DAWs. Only a handful of DAWs, digital audio workstations, we'll talk about that later, only can support M4A. So we'd still have to convert this to Wave, which will still retain high quality sound. So yeah, M4A, there you go. So next thing is the audio quality, which is the degree of representation accuracy of an examined audio signal. So yeah, we talked about file formats and how much quality it actually represents. So we're gonna go dive deeper into this. Sorry guys, it's very technical, but you need to learn this. Bit depth. Does anyone know what bit depth is? Okay, not a lot, that's fine. Bit depth refers to the number of bits used to represent each audio sample. It determines the dynamic range and precision of the audio signal. Think of bit depth as the number of colors available in a digital image. More bits means more colors and finer gradations between them. Okay, so the best way for me to describe what bit depth is yeah, exactly, like an image. Like
kuan siya more on color palette
yeah,
siya.
or resolution, I think the best thing.
Resolution.
So the higher the bit depth, which we can say for MP3 is 192 kbps. That's 1080p, or in terms of MP3, that's like technically 4K already. So the lower you go, like 96 kbps, that's so low. That's already like 720p. That's basically bit depth. So it's very in terms of audio, you're gonna hear a lot more crackle or a lot more noise.
It's
basically.
so, I don't know what other word is perfect, but filtered.
Yeah.
Filtered.
There's
But you will know the difference.
we don't have any examples.
We don't have any samples, yes.
Unfortunately.
We're gonna need to go through billions of songs kung saan bit depth ano nila. But yeah, bit depth is resolution, yeah, Franco was right. And then the next is sample
rate. So sample rate is actually very important, guys, because when you start recording, every digital recording uses a sample rate. So the most common that people use, or like just normal singer-songwriters, we just use 44 kilohertz, 44 to 48 kilohertz. But yeah, like 44 kilohertz is already good enough. Like you will not hear the difference between 44 kilohertz to 96 kilohertz, because sample rate, only engineers care about that. Like as recording as a voice actor or singer-songwriter, you can just stick to 44 kilohertz and nobody will notice the difference. So yeah, sample rate is the number of samples of audio carried per second.
So, Konsi, frames per second.
Like that.
So,
It determines
I'm
the
just gonna translate it to video na lang.
It determines the frequency range and detail captured in the audio signal. Think of sample rate as the number of frames per second in the video. Yeah, that's exactly what Keith said. So a good example, if you guys really want to dive into higher sample rates, you're gonna use more storage, of course. But for me, I always record in 96 kilohertz only if I'm already like planning to heavily edit the audio. Like if I'm gonna pitch down the audio, it's gonna be a lot better sounding pitch down compared to a 44 kilohertz sample rate because there's more samples for the program to use in your recording. So that's the only use case.
It wouldn't be as accurate.
Yeah.
Yung mga i-pitch down niya. Naanay, makabata mo na mo.
Yeah. So when you record 96K, like mas nice ang
So
pitch
higher
down.
sample rate is. It's gonna be weird for you guys because para makagets mo. Anyway, so yeah, bit rate.
So yeah, bit rate is same thing. It's just there's just bit depth and bit rate. It's technically we can say it's synonymous because it's just the resolution of your audio. So we don't really have to go into that one. So overall, when you combine bit rate, bit depth, and sample rate, you get a comprehensive picture of digital audio quality. So higher bit depth and sample rate result in more detail and dynamic sound, while higher bit rates ensure that this detail is preserved without excessive compression. So yeah, so when you're gonna submit your audio recordings to engineers, just give them high quality recordings so that they don't like have to suffer or like they have more material to work with in processing.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, nagsikimik story ba? Na mag-audio engineer dire? Wala.
Wala. Sad. We're a dying breed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very nice. So yeah, basically it's a very underappreciated art, but I think great pop artists, great artists wouldn't exist without us. Us. So yeah, keep the fire burning. It's a very anyway. So yeah, digital audio workstations. This is my best friend and Franco's best friend. So basically, they're digital softwares that allow you to record, edit, and produce audio files. So basically, gone are the days of going to a recording studio, meeting with a producer or something. Now we have this. You don't have, wala na may rason mo ingon na, kwarta, no. Crack it. Crack it.
Yes.
So yeah, basically mo ni Pro Tools, FL Studio, picture lang if vibe ninyo. But I suggest
You suggest GarageBand or
but yeah, muna mong favorite
BandLab.
Muna mong favorite different
Reaper is free as well.
Kani ka ako ni favorite.
Really? Not anymore? Are you serious? That's crazy, dog.
Magpabayad ng Reaper.
That's crazy. Back in my day.
May gyapon tamang crap.
Oh yeah.
They can't catch us. Anyway, yeah, just crack it.
So yeah, like examples of DAWs, of course. This is my main driver, FL Studio, which is a very nice UI. The reason why I started. I mean, for me, a very nice UI because I started in FL9. So we've come a long way. This is FL25. So this is digital audio workstation. You can add clips here, and then you can record audio into the mixer, direct into the mixer, or into the timeline. So this is I'll just demo more later on. And then this is what we know and love, Audacity. You can literally start a career just using Audacity.
Yeah, Audacity.
It's like this is free and this is the best, honestly.
I started my career with Audacity.
cannot go wrong with
Sony
Audacity.
Vegas.
So yeah, those are the two DAWs that we would recommend. I don't have GarageBand.
Oh, I think bito buta naka-discuss kung sa sila kasayon. Ang Audacity ang pinakasayon.
Because you
Ang
can just
FL Studio kay if vibe lang nimo. If you wanna learn, if you have like 2 days, you can spend time.
if you're just a singer-songwriter, voice actor, you just use Audacity. Like that's all you need.
Sure,
But if you're a producer, audio engineer, you can use FL.
Underrated sa ang Premiere Pro.
Yeah, you can also use Premiere. So yeah.
Ayok pa da sa Adobe Suite. So yeah.
Alrighty. Hardware time. Sige, go.
God. So yeah, this is basically, we're not encouraging you to pay or to spend more. We're just saying. So yeah, muna ang the hardware. So the hardware are your comrades in this field. So these are the equipment you will need to create good quality audio recordings. So hardware you will need is a microphone and audio interface. This spaceship looking thingy. Well, what I have is Focusrite, so it looks slick kasi ba kana kay madlock mo kana. The more knobs. Whoa. Anyway, so headphones, good headphones actually. And
You can even
cables.
use AirPods.
Yeah.
This is what I used to use when I was mixing before.
Yeah.
I'll just use these.
Apple AirPods. The audio ng Apple. No? Can't catch a break with these guys. And cables, yeah.
Yeah, cables.
They will
So many
they will
cables.
change a life and save a life.
So yeah, microphones. Yeah, the microphones is the instrument for converting sound waves into electrical energy variations, which may then be amplified, transmitted, or recording. So yeah, this is your best friend when you're doing recording. Microphone. There's many types of microphones we will discuss. So there's a lot of microphone types.
Paminaw kay mag-exam ta.
So microphones have these things called polar patterns. So a polar pattern defines how much of the signal would be picked up by the microphone from different directions. There are many polar patterns in microphones. Today we'll focus on the cardioid and the lobar pattern. So the cardioid is the most common polar pattern. So cardioid means signal is captured in a heart-like pattern around the microphone. You demonstrate, Keith?
So inani siya, ani. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Wala siya, polar pattern.
So cardioid mics tend to sound bassier the closer they are to the sound source. So like hi 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 Diba, diba? So yeah, the closer it's very proximity ang polar patterns. And then for the low bar is the polar pattern for shotgun microphones. I have one there. It's a great polar pattern for recording from a distance too. Yeah.
So shotgun mics kay murag
Record siya straight to siya. So as much as possible, it's not taking any audio from its side, only where you point it. So a lot of like professional recordings use shotgun mics, or especially films, mga boom mics, diba? That's a shotgun mic. They're using shotgun mics.
You will notice cinema majors over there with their microphones. So yeah. The reason why mag-point down na siya guys is dapat siya ana because if ana man good dako pang hangin dayon. It's very sensitive and I really hate that microphone. But yeah, it's very good.
I have a shotgun mic here.
So threatening kasi yan but
yeah, like it's
So,
very human. This design is very human.
It's very
But the when you point a shotgun mic, this is its diaphragm. You have to point it to where the sound's coming from, and the sides here, they're trying to reduce the noise or any other sound that's coming in. But of course, it's not fully what do you call this, accurate. There's always times na it'll capture outside noise because of reflections, especially in a room like this, full concrete. Hi, hello. Hi.
Yung enemy is the aircon.
Exactly.
But don't turn it off though. Keep it up.
But yeah, that's shotgun mics.
next is the dynamic mic.
So yeah,
This one.
very common ang dynamic mics, especially for live. Especially when you go to karaoke, we're using a dynamic mic. The dynamic mics are typically the most durable, and because they're less sensitive, they're perfect at handling extremely loud signals without distorting. They're also great at rejecting unwanted ambient noise. Most dynamic microphones have a cardioid or hypercardioid polar pattern. So this mic here, this is a vocal mic. This is the Shure PGA 48. If you guys want to buy that, it's very expensive actually. But this is a cardioid polar pattern, and this is a dynamic mic. So very durable. Actually, I bring this mic to gigs, and people would actually throw this around sometimes, magbong, and it still works. That's why I love dynamic mics. So,
God bless Shure.
yeah, pero malumping dyan siya. Kaning this thingy, malumping siya. Pero don't worry, it's
They opened up the business now.
So this is actually the dynamic mic here. This is the diaphragm. This here, this is just the foam to ano. Yeah, sorry, hello guys.
Tara guys.
This is the diaphragm of the dynamic mic. This is the ano, ASMR. You're a good mic.
You're a good mic.
Pause.
On the 8th day, God said, sure. Then condenser mic is, I think condenser mic is what, is this what you use, Miss Laura? Can you gamiton?
Yes, I brought my entire
condenser.
This is a Behringer C1.
Condenser lang.
Oh, that's expensive. But like, condenser mics are also very common, and what we would definitely recommend if you're doing vocals or voice acting, because the condenser does most of the job already, like with your audio. So yeah, this is a large diaphragm.
But kuan lang be warned, ayaw dyan din sa gikap pa because we can move around sa knee.
It makes a lot of noise. That's the problem.
Yeah. So yeah, screw it up. Put it there. Don't touch
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, because
So sensitive.
condenser mics are very fragile actually, guys, and are not suited for live use because they have delicate internal parts, and they need 48 volts phantom power from a mixer audio interface. So
yeah,
phantom
48
power
volts.
is ano.
Technical. Pero yeah, 48 volts kay para accurate ang ay pakawante mo ng number para na siya accurate ang recording. If mo nang i-off na mga delay, so ana ka hala imong recording kay hala, so na siya delay. It's very annoying, so yeah, keep it ang 48 volts on lang dyan. So yeah, sa nang pingon kay iya mo ng network yung gidaron. So yeah, don't touch anything.
So yeah, there's the two types of condensers, which is the one I showed you, the large diaphragm, and then the small diaphragm. I have a very old small diaphragm na condenser.
Tabang na ko na will, ang tanaw. Ayan man siya, small diaphragm.
That's a small diaphragm condenser mic. We use that for overhead drums for drum recording. So those are also very expensive because I don't know why they do that. Yeah.
I remember this. Yeah. So we already talked about the shotgun mic. So shotgun mic kay katong gitudlo ni Franco tong ana. Ination na Franco, I think they know that. So yeah, microphone positions. Goodness. So yeah, microphone angles. There's a thing called on-axis. So on-axis is when a mic's capsule, ang capsule di ay kay katong giabli ni Franco. Do you remember that? Itong naay mo giabli si Franco mo to. A mic's capsule is pointed directly at the sound source. We call this on-axis. So an on-axis sound is generally going to be more bright, more focused than an off-axis. So basically, inani. Diba? Dungog ka sa? Ang kalagot. Muna siya ang on-axis. So very, I think you're a bit closer.
Yeah, it's pointing to your mouth, mic.
So I think mga speech.
Yeah.
Mga ang buhay. axis is I hate this one, but yeah. This is any position where the sound source is not directly in front of the mic capsule. So the off-axis sound will be less direct and focused, often blending more with the ambience noise of the room. So it decreases sibilance. So sibilance eh?
Simple ka na.
From the Latin word so off-axis is ano siya. So weird kino, like murag. But yeah, I hate off-axis when it comes to vocals. Kay
I need to.
Oo.
Because I have to do more cleanup.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that to your mics. So proximity effect is what happens as you move a mic physically close to the instrument you're recording. So with a cardioid microphone, the closer the mic sits to your mouth or an instrument, the more low end you're going to get in the signal. So I think mag-record o guitar. Ay, actually kanilang daan, like dungo kayo ang kalawang sungting mo ba lo? Fuwa na niya eh.
Palayo.
Dayon ako din ana gamay maka trebly sharp kasi paminawon. So kuya na eh. Ano siya guys? Yeah, kuya padul gamay ana. So grabe kasi ka basically yang gi sa may Bisaya haon in a way. Nay Bisaya ni. Basically yang he gathered everything. So in the English word na siya. Yang he gathered tanan. So audio interface is a device that connects your computer to musical instruments, microphones, and other audio equipment, allowing you to record, play, and process sound with your computer. It acts as a bridge between the analog and digital worlds of audio. So audio interface is what you use para mag-record mo. I think everyone should use because you don't use your laptop lang.
You don't use your laptop mic.
Ayaw kay nanay warbly ka na.
Napadyo na is fan noise. Ang fan sa laptop.
Yeah, ang fan sa laptop. Dahil kay noise sa laptop na madakop because what the laptop is assuming man good is you're gonna record it with just himself. Audio interface, siya ang nag-bridge sa gap ba na hala mag-record di ka okay.
It also like accurate set ang playback ni mo because
So-
if you just plug your earphones directly to the PC, okay, that's technically still digital audio. But when you use a audio interface, you actually need to have the most accurate sound of what it, of the recording.
Especially yung voice.
Yeah. So, on the picture, that's the audio interface. There are cheaper ones because that's very expensive, but they are very cheap. You can honestly, thanks to the improvement of technology, audio interfaces nowadays are a lot more accessible to people. You can honestly get an audio interface for just 2K. Like that's all you need.
Especially katong pag-pandemic na mga cheap interface version.
Mga pandemic.
Katong mag-cover og songs na guys. Yeah. That's
Kani,
what I said,
ayaw lang ni. Idako ra kay ni.
So yeah, man. So next slide is
So yeah, kana. The digital analog to digital conversion and the digital to analog conversion para like accurate translation ng jud of the audio. So that's why we use audio interfaces. That's pretty much it. Okay. I made the mistake before. I used to just mix without an audio interface. So I would just hear the digital audio of my mixes. So when I played back to a stereo or like stereo, or like your headphones, normal headphones on your phone, lahi jud siya. Like, oh, why is it so thin now? Or like, no, the grabe king bass. That's why we need to use an audio interface para you know what will sound like everywhere else. So yeah. Kani kay dali man
so
sad ni
yeah,
siya.
headphones and earphones. Kani siya gasto sa siya.
Gasto na sad.
But you're gonna love it. So in this economy, anything will do as long as they are
They're wired.
Yeah.
Wired connection, guys. I know nagana kay Bluetooth, wireless, but nothing is more reliable than a wired connection.
So basically, Bluetooth headphones, earphones causes a lot of latency. So Latin word late. Pinamay ka no? But yeah, basically late siya. So na usay mo putol ang signal ana. So the signal has to be encoded, sent wirelessly, and then decoded. So Bluetooth is a lossy format, meaning the signal is often degraded by compression or save bandwidth. So wired
Wired,
if
guys,
you
if
wanna
you're gonna
record
do
well.
like audio engineering or like recording.
So yeah, recommendations. Dagan nigmani sila yan na kay imo ni English.
Lagi, mga gilista dyan niya ba? Pero yeah, Apple AirPods, you can really, you're masolve na ka if you have Apple AirPods. Or kana mga...
Samsung. Picture lang if bad ninyo.
Pero yeah, those are also what I use
These are
my
yeah,
daily.
sa studio ni Franco and Anissa. But for earphones, kay my girlfriend bought me a Basis.
Basis,
WM.
600 pesos ra.
Oh, kato 600 ra. Gatekeep that. But yeah, it's very nice, very good quality.
Demo na.
So yeah, mo setting up.
Demo na tayo. Set up naman.
Set up na ta.
Okay po, so for the demo
We're gonna have
is,
to record something.
with the setting up is of course you need your mic, you need to have a mic, and then you need to have your interface, and then your PC. So I already have mine set up here, so I have my mic connected to, that's what we call an XLR, okay? We call it an XLR, which is the most, what do you call this? The best cable connection for mics XLR, because we all know, I think you guys have heard of USB mics that, like, you can use that set, USB mics, but ang problem lang is noisy dyan siya. USB mics are so noisy, you can hear, or like a, okay, that's electricity. Kaning XLR is noiseless. Like,
This one is
even if I tap on the cable, wala, nothing, you can't hear it. Or like, diba, wala,
Sorry,
you can't.
San Carlos.
So,
But yeah, man.
XLR dyan. So yeah, connect the XLR cable from the mic into the interface right here. This is the mixer interface. And then the audio interfaces have USB connections man. Mga old or cheap interfaces kay USB B to USB A dyan sa una printer cable. Pero karon kay mga bago na interface kay USB-C na sila. Wow, nice. USB-C na. So yeah, another one is USB mic to PC dalira kayo, like straight up. So in how to record, so we have 3 steps in the recording process, which is the pre-recording, the recording proper, and then the post-processing. So important educating pre-recording, guys. Like honestly, if you don't pay attention to your pre-recording, you're gonna have a shit recording. Honestly. Hello, sorry, school system, San Carlos.
So check your devices.
Yeah, so
even wires, they might save your life.
So pre-recording, pretty sure Lara already discussed this before. Said the recording environment is very important. Where you record is so crucial. So a quiet room away from hustle bustle, a closet will work. Yes, we have, a room with moderate size, minimal echo or reverb, and a good sound installation is preferred. So you can actually record in a big room as long as dagan kay butang. My studio is in the living room. Dagan lang kay butang kay dagan kay butang ang mama. So walay sound mo deflect kay dagan kay butang. So that's another good recording environment.
Or if perfectionist kay mo sakinan.
Sakinan, no? Yeah, if perfectionist mo, nindot jud kayo na recording environment ang sakinan. Kay isolate naman daan ang sakinan.
And even if namubirit ka kanta, nobody will hear you.
Yeah, dili siya embarrassing.
Yeah, di siya uwo.
So another one is carpets, curtains, mga pillows, anything to absorb. Yeah, exactly. Katong habol, i-discuss. Okay, anything to reduce the reflections, the sound reflections. That's why that's basically reverb, natural reverb. What you have here in the room, so much reflections because even though na mga kanang sound panels said this is a concrete room, which concrete just loves to bounce off sound. So that's why if wooden imong room, kaya kayo mas better sa dagan og pillow. So anything to absorb the sound reflections. So kana. make sure the levels don't peak. That means the input is already distorted. You can always increase the gain in post-processing. This is the number one mistake most people starting off is ipaloud na to para matunggan akong diba? This is the I don't like that, sorry guys. Pero yeah, the higher the input gain, maka-distort jud siya sa sound signal. So mas mayo na low na lang imong signal. Okay, you can increase it raman set in the post-processing. So like this is already a safe na level na you can just barely hear yourself or like dili siya tigay gabi. So kana that's the perfect
nasa na yung mga indicators.
Oh, nasa mga indicators. So
usually green and red man na. If it's green, you're clean. You're red, you're dead.
You're dead, exactly.
Ayaw, don't do that to yourself.
And the reason why we don't want to peak our levels or mo distort na tong recording is ini ka post-processing, distorted na daan imong recording. So dirty na imong audio. So wa kay mabuhat kanang lisod na kay ka maka-mix or post-process if kanang distorted na daan imong audio. So it's always better to just have it low than really high. So kana
like don't romanticize lo-fi things. Not all lo-fi sound good, okay? Ay, lo-fi gani kay post-production na.
Oh, yeah, lo-fi is post-production.
Post-production na siya. Ayaw gi-push na dapat sabos. Respect your ears.
So
nindot siya ni get it.
the next thing is mic filters. So pop filters and foam filters. I actually forgot to bring my pop filter. So unfortunately. Pero pop filter is important yun siya for when you're recording audio because for mga plosives nimo mga P, B, like the pop filter will help dissipate that the air going into the mic. So it's a lot cleaner and your engineer doesn't have headache. So a foam filter is kind of like a dead cat. Dead cat. We use it for film. It's my favorite. I love.
If you're lazy to go out for a pop filter, pwede ka mo mga what kag stocking.
Or socks.
Yeah, socks.
That's what we used before sa wala.
Life is gasto already. Be resourceful.
So yeah, mga mic filters. Always think about having a pop filter or just any filter so that less work for post-processing. If you have a good recording, less work for post-processing. Okay, recording proper. Wait 3 to 5 seconds before and after speaking. Maintain proper mic position and distance. Maintain speaking volume and check levels. Okay, so when you're recording audio, the 3 to 5 second rule, important sa na siya because para dili kayo mo like if you're gonna cut your audio, you have a lot more allowance. And if mo noise reduction mo, we'll talk about that later. Nanay kanang you have a sample already of the noise coming into the mic before you start speaking, so you can use that to reduce the noise in the post-processing. So
that's why we have like monang rason na nami mga kanang sa tawag na kanang mga film terms gani kanang rolling,
speeding
and yeah, so basically rolling is red, speeding is we're ready to capture you and so kanang then action kung sa mong bet in record action or sige go so on our case we just say sige go.
Yeah, it's like
sige go
ready na sige go.
Sige go. So yeah.
So yeah, you can I don't know why Gabriel need yan personally.
But I think the purpose of this is para makaibaw mo sa mga different combinations of the things we taught. So dynamic mic with pop filter, because the dynamic mic it records like the way I demo ganina ana. So pop filter siya magbabag ana para dili kayo pss, or ganun. So pareha karon so annoying. But if na pop filter kay dili kina siya
madunggan
mo lagubuhan. Labubu. So yeah, so we're gonna record a voice na lang.
Alrighty, time to record, I guess.
So yeah.
What?
Di. Kuan lang, mura lang siya radio at like, nag-come up na lang ko mura weird ass radio ad sample para makagets mo unsa mo process si stereo. Check, check.
Hi. Oh gosh.
Hello, hello, hello.
Alright. Inala ko if kana ready na ka. Kana kay di wala na connect sa interface. Okay naman eh.
May stand na, may stand.
May stand kami.
Tara, mura na tag nasa studio. Uy.
So, kaya ang gigamit doon na mic, di siya pang vocal mic. This is an instrument mic. That's why it's so thin. So, we use this for amps. Okay, get out.
So, we're gonna attempt. You do you.
Okay. Take it.
Go. So, preparation. Mindset. You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Alright, so, you see in the waveform, Nadri.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So, kana actually, nag-peak siya actually. Personally, nag-peak siya. It's too loud input gain. So, you can clearly see it in the recording.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright. So, anything na murag mo?
Yeah, so nag-peak na dyan siya. So, we'll do another retake with a lower, gitoya to na ako, guys. Okay na. So, we'll do another take na we lower the
I-apply
gain.
na mo ang among gipang workshop. Ay, wala akong technique yan.
Technique.
Para mo pa.
Okay.
So, ano siya? Secret industry.
Sige, go.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Alright, so mas daganda ka headroom here.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So, di ba wala na siya nag-distort? Pero, nalang siya ay reflection.
Listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So that's why there's na reflections kay wala man tayo habol. Pero yeah, ka na.
Wami habol. But you get it.
So, next na to is post-recording and cleanup. So, cut mistakes, dead air, and breath. So, when you're doing the editing na, of course, what I'm gonna do actually is, there is.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Actually, clean kay siya na audio, wala kay daghan noise personally. Like, I can barely hear any noise. Not unless maybe listen to the earphones.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So na siya good noise gamay, pero like, this is the best case scenario na. This is actually a very good noise floor. Pero in normal settings na manay kanang construction ba? Kanang construction do linyo. Kanang mga or kanang mga manok sa inyong mga manok ninyo. So what we have to do is noise reduction. So noise removal is here in Audacity. Noise reduction. Yep. To select audio. See, there's noise there actually. Inganasad kahiman tayo ng engineer.
So we can reduce the noise. So got the noise profile, and then noise reduction. Beep, beep, beep. Increase. So ang kaning noise reduction dB, this is the amount of volume or amount of noise that the program is doing. So dB is decibels. So 4 decibels is not so crazy. 6 decibels is okay. 10 decibels is kanang one na jud na. It's trying its best na reduce na jud na siya. And then the sensitivity is how fine the noise profile is na mo kanang check sa mo audio to clean. So sensitivity okay na ni siya 6 actually. So bright kayo ang Audacity team nag-set na daan ang sensitivity para wala na may mistakes. So frequency smoothing is the amount of frequency bands sa noise reduction. So the more we do is the more bands we increase, the finer siya. So kaya ni 8 siguro. Pwede na ito i-reduce na yun. So I think diba compared to before wala na siya yung noise. Wala na to ang
Sigo.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright!
So wala na siya noise na like from the room or from the environment. Wala na siya noise. Pero if you can notice here na naay hit. So that's another thing we have to do in post-processing na mag-cut jud tag mga unwanted sounds even here in the beginning here.
Sigo.
Ubon ni Keith. Di man like if you're gonna send this to a client, ubon ni niya. So you want to like cut that out in like the final recording. So we'll just do this here in Audacity. Dali kay siya in Audacity. So you just do that and then put it back and then it's na siya.
Sigo.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright!
Para ba limpyo kayo? Pero napay sige go.
Sigo.
So i-remove gyapon na nato ang sige go. And then I think that's enough dead space. Dead space is a game.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright!
Alright. So we've done the first part of post-processing, which is the cleanup and like the cutting, just the polish of the audio recording. We removed dead air, we removed the room noise, and we removed the unwanted sounds in our recording. So the next process is I'm going to export this. Yeah, makita na siya ka. No, we don't want your cloud shit, bro. So this is where, diba, ni discuss taan, sample rate, channels, format. Diba? So ang format na to is waveform, always. Of course, there's other waveforms, pero depende na sa use case. So what we want is just waveform. Alright. Okay. And then audio options is vocal recorder naman ta, so mono. We just use mono. We don't need stereo, guys. And then sample rate. I'm not planning to pitch this down. I'm just sending this and stuff. So we can just stick with 44 hertz. That's the standard. And our encoding, this is the resolution. So we'll do 32-bit float, which is the highest in waveform. So export range is entire project. Export. I hope na nasa desktop. Yes, ako mga duwa guys. Sorry guys. So what we're gonna do now, we have our audio file. Yes, I know, I'm a gacha gamer. So we're gonna drag it into FL. Yay, my favorite DAW. FL Studio. We're gonna increase this here. And then let's see if mo play siya. Oh, wala audio. Audio settings. There.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So, limpyo na kayo siya.
You're listening.
Wala pa ni mixing, mao na ning mixing guys, actually we're discussing the mixing. Sorry if kanang technical ra ni, pero you need to learn basic mixing sa in like it shows initiative man good, especially if you show it to clients na imong voice ba, imong mga vocal takes. If you do the mixing, if you clean it up, it shows initiative and kanang your what do you call this? Commitment to quality. So, dako kay nagtabang. So, what we're gonna do first is EQ. Equalizer. Not EQ na pampers, but equalizing is the most basic tool in mixing. This is your kanang best friend. This is the first thing you get, or the first tool you get when you're trying to edit audio. So, what we're gonna do is gonna remove a bit of this.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Okay, so if you see sa
You're listening to 666
spectrum, if you see sa spectrum, na dyan siya yung mga
666 Medyo Demonyo Radio.
unwanted.
Alright.
Dili ta ganana na.
You're listening to
Right now sa speakers, dili na, you can't hear that in the speakers right now. But if you listen to that in your headphones or mga hi-fi na speakers, that's so obvious. We don't want to have that para mas limpyo jud ato ang vocal take.
666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Diba? So, naka-remove na ta sa low frequencies na unwanted. So, at that point sad na dili sad kayo super ka low or muddy ato ang voice. So, it adds clarity to the take. Then the next thing is what we're gonna look for in our vocal take is to try and bring out more clarity, or the body jud sa imong voice ba. So the body in your voice is in the mids. We call that the mids.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright. You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So there's a lot more you can if you listen to this on earphones, you can hear it's more forward na your voice, and there's more body to the voice. It's less thin. But what we're gonna add now next is we're gonna add more presence to your voice here. So we boost these. This is the high frequency, the highest frequency you can in the equalizer. So we're gonna boost that just a little because para na ay more clarity lang jud. Just more clarity in your voice. So we're gonna boost that.
You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright. You're listening to 666 Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So yeah, funny like kayo sig balik-balik no. But yeah, like when you're doing mixing, balik-balik jud na siya. You're just gonna keep hearing your voice over and over. So you have to get used to it, unfortunately. So we've done, this is just basic jud na equalizing, the most intuitive lang jud, just the decision making. I'm just teaching you guys the decision making. Oh, there's too much mud, or like dili kayo klaro akong voice. Oh, I will remove the low end here. So remove. Oh, I want my voice to be more forward, have more body, more impact. We'll just increase here the mids. That's where the voice lives. Pero muffled kayo akong voice. I can barely hear the clarity or that's in my voice. So we're gonna boost the presence. That's what we hear. So if we A/B the difference.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
And then what we have now,
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
so listen to siya badunggan speakers guys, pero like in headphones, you can really notice the subtle differences. There's mas live. And then the next important thing is the compressor. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a compressor. Okay, good. Na yung mga familiar. This is the hardest thing to learn in audio engineering. Even though this is the second tool you get Jud, in audio engineering, actually learning how to use it is the pinaka-lisod kay it's so easy to make a mistake in your compression. Pero kani, the basically, what do you call this, the decision making when you're using a compressor is, there's too much difference in the volume of my voice throughout the recording. There's too much difference. You can see it here in the waveform actually. Diba? Like a little bit soft here, and then tanang peak dayon dako volume. So what the compressor does is to try and reduce the difference between the low and the high. So that's why if mo overcompress nimo, mura dead kay mong vocal. So it's really hard for I don't have my plugins installed here because dako kay space ko. So I'm just using stock plugins because honestly guys, you don't need to buy expensive software. You can pirate it or you can just use stock. This is stock effects na you can make really good music, you can make good recordings with just stock stuff. So kani if we look at the levels here, there.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So
You're listening.
You see here in the
You're
meter,
listening to
this is very
Sais.
good. We need to have a visual representation of the audio. So if you look in the meter here sa side, tanawa ang difference.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So diba
You're
from 19 or from 20, mabot siya 15. So medyo yung sound difference. What we're gonna do here in the compressor is to try and find the iyahang middle ground.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright. You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
Okay. So kana is mas gamay na ang iyahang sound difference. So that's why it sounds more compressed because compressor atong gigamit. So important siya in vocal recording or voice acting because we don't want the audience makuratan na oh shit. So we use a compressor to try and lessen the difference or the dynamics so that mas smooth jud siya, mas balanced jud siya ang volume because we don't want our audience to be kuratan or like ni hinay siya or like ni loud siya mayo. Of course, different jud siya sa film, but film still uses compressors because super kay ka-dynamic ang mga recording. So lisod jud sa film. So that's basically the two tools you're gonna be using throughout post-processing, the EQ and the compressor. I won't talk about the other ones because kanang production na jud na siya. Dili lang tamo dive deep na kay dili na gamiton. So yeah, there you go. The EQ, equalizer, and the compressor. So if we A/B the difference between the original and the effects go. So this is the original.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
And then our effects.
You're listening to Sais, Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
So you can tell it's a lot smoother to siya. So there you go. Yay! Post recording in clean.
with DS sir guys kay kanang paid man ang DS sir good sa kanang I didn't pay for it but like
But ikaw ang mga advice sa DSR kay dua lang. Basta don't make it go
just like if wala jud mo budget para DSR dili mo kay ba mo pirate yung DSR. Ang DSR bitaw is just kanina dip sa EQ unya
nanay fine lines
fine siya na dip sa EQ kay
6 and 7.
Kay ang sibilance man good play na to ba recording. Ang sibilance sounds
You're listening to Sais Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright. You're listening to Sais Medyo Demonyo Radio. Alright.
And then i-reduce na to.
You're listening to Sais Medyo Demonyo Radio.
So that's where the DSR gets the frequency na lower. It's basically a combination of an EQ and a compressor of DSR. That's why mahal siya.
Yeah. They don't make us happy no more.
So yeah, kana export na after everything. Yay, export again. Nasa naman eh. Wave file. Lahat naman yung wave file na siya. And then buto na to sa desktop. Alright. Important sa kayo guys na as much as possible organized in yung naming scheme. Ang original kay alright, ang process kay I always name it clean na suffix para kibaw ko na okay, limpyo na din eh. So here we go. In every DAW na dyan siya different na kanang layout sa pag-decide. So kani wave, of course, kay we want to have the highest quality. Bit depth, yep, we have to have the highest 32-bit float. And then kaning resampling, this one can I explain personally, pero kanina lang pinaka-highest na siya if you want to like give this to an engineer. So we will export now. Wow, dali aray. So we have our alright and our alright clean. So there you go guys, that's the exporting. That's how you export in 2 different DAWs. Okay, so closing na things you really have to you have to remember dyan na you can't polish a turd. The best way to have a good output when recording is to already have a good input. So exactly what I told you guys na if you follow the steps of pre-recording, if you have good pre-recording, okay, and then you're gonna have a good recording. And when you have a good recording, you're gonna have good post-processing. Because you can't polish a third. Lain kayo na, batik kayo mong recording, puta na kag post-processing, it's still gonna sound like shit, just with some pizzazz. Pero kana, that's
very, very true. And then go and warm up your voice, especially for singers and voice actors.
And then relax.
Drink warm tea.
Relax.
Actually, gatong ginger. That one word.
Oo.
Gin hot lemonade.
Hot lemonade.
Yeah.
Baroka.
Suway. Multivitamins.
Pero yeah, next thing is like relax guys. When you're recording, relax yun siya kay if matense ka kayo.
Para mo sa recording na ko ganin.
Oh, pares di.
But yeah.
Pero yeah, relax kay this is a fun process. If you want to get into this, you have to have fun. Okay, if you're not having fun, what's the point? Diba?
Don't beat yourself up.
Pabiyan ni kwarta diri. So, just have fun guys. Thank you. So yeah, kami din si Keith Human and then Stereo. So, namin Spotify.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Keith and Elsa, for your insights on audio recording.
So while I do not have any expertise with audio engineering, it was also still an insightful talk, and I think it's very necessary, especially if you're going to be a voice voice actor and you don't have anyone to help you. So it's very essential for you to know and understand these things, right?
Yes, of course. Even if it's like just the the audio files. Now I finally know it's a difference sa wave of WAV and MP3. Monte talaga kayo download MP3. So yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now your time to speak up and ask any questions or concerns from your seats. For those who have inquiries, please raise your hands so we, hosts, may approach you.
You already have someone right there with a white shirt. Yeah, siya. You only have 5 minutes for this open forum, so yeah.
Hello, Sir Keith and Sir Stereo. Hello. Should I? Oh, okay. My name is Jack Steven, and I'd say I'm a producer. I'd say I'm not an audio engineer, but for 6 to 7 years I've been dabbling with audio producing, songwriting, and somehow that got me into a really good position at Viva Records artist. So just some background information, but yeah, for 6 to 7 years, I started out producing, and I think I can say the same for any beginner here, that murag hadlok no nga, daghan kay kanang buttons, daghan kay kanang frequencies, unsa maning RMS, unsa maning rate, unsa maning phase. So my question would be if it's more of like what advice can you give? What's the most basic principle or habit that beginners should learn when learning technical stuff like audio recording? Pang thesis the question, sorry kayo.
Kanang, for me, is the best way for beginners no, when learning the technical stuff is to really just one step at a time. Dali ra kita ma-overwhelm bitaw. Like, oh, I gotta learn EQ, I gotta learn compressor now, I gotta learn saturation, oh, I gotta learn mastering. You can just slowly legit bitaw. You don't have to get good instantly. If you just take the time na every day or like when you're free na, oh, mag-EQ ko sometimes or mag-compress ko ani, or just hearing the difference. If you can hear the difference between your unprocessed and processed audio, then that means you understand how the tools work. Okay, when you're learning fast, you're just absorbing and you're just applying, and sometimes you don't even know what you're doing anymore. But if you're like doing it slowly and still like learning from online resources, actually nowadays, dali na kayo makaget og information for audio engineering, guys. Kay it's readily available. When I started, I had to learn from textbooks. I had to learn from other audio engineers, or even from mga thesis. I actually had to read theses ng mga audio engineering. So just learning and applying it slowly, okay, that's the best way to actually like get into the hobby or the production passion. Okay, yeah, exactly what Lara said. Na this type of work really needs passion because you have to learn so much, and you should make a lot of mistakes. Okay, bitang make mistakes. Okay, that's the best way to learn na, uy, murag hayat ra kayo ni, pag last na next time, din na kaya yun. Or like, it's too overcompressed. Next time, I'll just try to like, go easy on it. Parang ganun. So yeah.
Don't attempt to learn your craft in one night. Took me years, to be honest. Then, murag karoon ako na fall in love sa production, to be honest. Murag I used to avoid it because it's so, I don't know the proper word, pero elitist kasi ba na. Kanang ay, hindi naman na-chew yung production. So, I wrote that song. Kanang. Pero kanang, yeah, so try to keep an open mind, guru. Like, be consistently patient with yourself because you can never master this. Up until now, maglibog-ibog may compression. Like, some things, it sounds good, but on the cell phone, it does not. I hate it, but yeah, we love it too.
Also, don't be afraid of feedback. Like, important na you have people to let them listen. Kay ay kalain sa mga feedback or like, ay kalain na just take that as a learning jud na oh okay maybe I'll try it differently next time. So kana feedback jud. Anyone else? Or okay na?
Is that okay na? Alright. So unfortunately that's the only question for the open forum. Okay, we are running out of time. But moving on to our program.
Now, in honor of this special occasion, we will be entertained by our very own guest speaker with his intermission number. Please help us welcome again Keith Humane back to the stage.
Let's go front row seats. Let's go.
Ayun ako. Okay. Hindi po tignan sa mga sala.
Thank you so much, Kate, even for the absolutely wonderful performance.
Okay, it's on. Anyway. Once again. No, not once again. We have now reached the closing remarks of our program. But first, I would like to call on our voluptuous Solaris President, Zach Villar, for the closing remarks.
Our voluptuous.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank God this event finally happened. If you don't know some lore, this was supposed to happen all the way back in October, I believe. Oh yeah, October. And now, what month is it? This event has faced so many unprecedented challenges. But first, I'd love to commend, of course, the project head, our PRO, Milord. This is really your child, this event, these workshops, and you put so much effort into them. And then next, of course, I'd love to commend our beloved guests. First, our first speaker, Lara De Lara, of course, a proud member of our DSLL community, coming back here to impart the wisdom she's learned outside and the skills she gained from her department, and she's bringing it back here for the new generation. A round of applause for Lara De Lara. And of course, our other two guest speakers, Keith Human and Stereo, they really contributed into making this workshop all-encompassing, with Lara focusing on the more work aspect and the two other speakers focusing on the more technical aspects. So I hope this was informative for everyone. Thank you all for attending, even though gibagyuhan na ta and it's finals. Thank you once again, everyone. A round of applause again. Hi. Before that, let's actually provide the certificates and the honorarium. First, let's have Miss Lara, and then we can have the photo op, and then Keith and Stereo will follow. Can I be joined by Milord and Sam at the front? Hello. First is
Thank you, Lara.
Next, we have Keith, Human, and Stereo. Here's in front, please, to join me. Hey. Okay, and then for our photo hop, let's just have everyone sit down here, and then we'll have one big group picture. Yeah, let's go. Makauli na ta, guys.
Please occupy the seats. Center. I have the missing.
Can we have the speakers here sa center, and then the Solaris officers put sa front?
Oh, it's just here.
Yes.
What if sa side?
Pwede.
Hello, this is. It's a bit noisy. Hello, this is Chris Yu from Halangdan, Media Director of Halangdan. We've been informed that we will have Vox Colloquy, Vox Colloquium. Yes, we will have Vox Colloquium. So that'll be happening in just a few moments. So for those of you watching us live, stay with us here for the press conference of Solaris after their events, of course.
Is this better? Is this like a much better? No, it's not. This is too high end. Hello? Okay, I think this is better.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, makita si Cedric sa kwan. This is my platform. My post-event press con. I want to do this for tag. For this one, si Milord Zak. Forgot. Have a seat. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We can start now. Let me know.
What time is it? It's 5:20. Good afternoon, Solaris. This is the Vox Colloquium for. This is not yet mixed correctly, but anyways, this is the Vox Colloquium for the audio introduction to recording audio workshop. From the members of the media, I'm Chris Yu from Halangdon. This is
Jana Marie Casas from SAS Bulletin.
and
Cedric Andre Matias from DC.
so good afternoon.
Okay, so good afternoon again to the members of the media. This is the fade-in introduction to recording audio workshop, and this mainly was a collaboration project with Solaris and PALABRA because PALABRA is spearheading their project titled Tigom, which is to make audiobooks based from Cebuano books to make sure that the people who are blind are given access to these types of works, these literary works. So join with me, Vice President Sam Mendez, President Zach Vallar, and PRO Milord Nicole Catayas. So far, my thoughts on the event. It's been really solid that we actually made this happen after plenty of reschedules and after a lot of schedule conflicts that we had to work over. And with the suspensions and all that, at least we were able to squeeze in this very essential activity because this really helps the blind, like those people. And of course, it gives a very enriching experience for the DCLL community, and I really applaud them for doing this. So, anybody else? So we can start with the questions now.
Alright, so it was mentioned by the host that there was supposed to be a different guest as the second speaker. What happened there? Schedule conflicts or?
Hello, my name is Milord Nicole Catayas, the PRO and the project head of Fade-In Introduction to Recording Audio. Actually, our very first speaker was supposed to be Liana San Diego, who is also appointed with Keith Human and Stereo. She was actually the person who appointed Keith Human to replace
considering how much people cheered during the intermission number, I'm very proud.
Very good as well. And last question from me is that, my gosh, I already forgot my question. Oh yeah, because this workshop you mentioned, it was initially supposed to be in October, and then it got pushed back November, and then now December. So what was for you, what was the hardest part of like rescheduling all of this?
Everything.
Everything. Okay, I understand. That's all from me. Thank you.
Do we name drop a certain office or no? Fair enough. So, before the next question, can I say something? In reference to what you said, a lot of the a lot of the delays were the fact that there were delays everywhere. You know, there was a typhoon, and so that's just a big thing that we have right now, and it was frankly unavoidable. And yeah, it did bring a lot of stress because technically this is the orientation of Tigum. Supposedly Tigum should have been 2 months into recording, but since, you know, due to the typhoon and the earthquakes, they wouldn't have been able to record anything. So it's not that much of a big loss, but I do want to emphasize that point that a lot of the delays were due to the calamities we had. We're having a calamity right now. It's a miracle we're doing this right now. So yeah. Yes.
So I'm Cedric, Photo J from DC, and my questions will mostly compose of the implementation of the audiobooks, I guess. So I was wondering, since this workshop was initially started to make because to orient people how to make the audiobooks judno, and like I'm getting also possibly to make them put. So I was thinking like when you guys have actually implemented the audiobooks, will you be distributing these audiobooks inclusive to Cebu City, or are you planning to maybe in the future like expand to more areas to distribute these audiobooks in the case that they have been made?
That's a good question. Actually, due to time constraints, a big portion of this event had to be cut, and that portion answered a lot of your questions surrounding Ticum. It's actually really fortunate that you asked me that. I'm gonna have to double check with the PALABRA President Megan Puliser for the nitty-gritty details, but as far as I'm concerned, we've partnered with Cebu Braille Center, and they have, I guess, a faction consisting of tertiary level students who are visually impaired, and they are stationed at Cebu Normal University. And so, as of now, that is the main audience for these audiobooks so far. There is a plan to expand. Obviously, there are we talked with several other organizations for the blind and the visually impaired. But as for now, yes, it is. Since we have to start small, we are focusing with Cebu Braille Center at CNU. So yes.
So for the next question, coming from me, I guess I also noticed there was a lot of positive feedback for today's workshop, and that's a good thing. In the future, when will you be first off, will you be planning to do a seminar or the same workshop again in the future? And next, will there be more into I guess more of others aside from recording audios for the visually impaired, I guess other things you could maybe plan to give them to us as comms students?
I'll head this off to the project head.
Hi, thank you for that question. Originally, our very first workshop for this was vis-a-vis. It was on graphic design and being visual communicators. And so our second one would be audio. And then our next proposed workshop, which is still in the works, it will be literary workshop, where, of course, for DCLL, we love literature. But we also want to delve into a bit of songwriting, if ever it's possible. So I hope that answers your question.
Hi. I just wanted to add to your question, where it is very good for people to expect more of these workshops from the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature, specifically from the organization Solares, because it's always been a part of our identity, or we're trying to integrate that into our identity, where our activities are reminiscent of what activities students within our department should be doing. And for context, of course, you already know the delays with the typhoons and the earthquakes, so we had a discussion to downsize, which is a little unfortunate, but God willing, and if time allows, we do have other workshops, but as the project head mentioned, and even a avenue for Women's Month, hopefully that's a possible event as well, and also a workshop on AI writing. Hopefully that's something we can do. But again, with the context of time constraints, we really have to discuss further on what's possible. But it's good to expect more workshops like this that are more informative in nature. So yeah. Anyway, any other questions?
That's all my questions. Thank you. Thank you. Moving to future workshops, is the current plan, like I guess like internal discussions, like is the intention to have all the workshops be held physically? Because I think this could have maybe I probably would have expected this to be moved online due to the typhoon, but it still pushed through physically, which is I guess it was good because the weather was cooperating. But are all future workshops planned to be on site?
Obviously, the ideal is to have a face-to-face environment because it is more interactive in nature. But actually, it's not to say that we're opposed to having an online workshop. Actually, Fade-In was heavily considered for an online workshop, but fortunately, we were able to find an avenue and a schedule that was available for all the speakers and the venue. So we decided to push through with that anyway. This was before the arrival of Typhoon Wilma. But considering there was no suspension today, we decided, all right, let's just push through with it because it's already happening anyway. But yeah, we're not opposed to any online workshops whatsoever.
There will still be future workshops in 2026, as I understand. Will there potentially be one during, I guess, already looking way ahead, Sulia 2026? Or is it still in the works?
You're asking if Sulyap is going to be something we're planning for 2026? Clarify. Just to clarify.
Well, one, I guess that if will there still be Sulia? And second, will there be a workshop perhaps in that as well?
For the first question, of course, it is our mission to keep our current flagship event alive this year. So we're gonna do everything we can to have Sulyap next year. For the second part, there's also that aspect of continuity. Last year, Sulyap had this partnered workshop with what's his name? Eclectic House for a zine making workshop, which we held in the Activity Center in Ayala. So of course, similarly, of course, we're planning to implement a workshop. We're actually planning to implement a CES aspect into Sulyap, so perhaps the workshop could dive into teaching aspects, specifically with children and relating them to arts and the Cebuano cultural scene rather.
All right. That's all that's related to the workshops. If I may ask questions related to Solaris.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. We're already approaching the end of the semester and finals week is next week. Will there be a SEM-End General Assembly? Yes.
Yes.
Is there a schedule?
Yes, we're actually, after this, the next tasking for the PR committee was actually the creation and the posting of the Gen ASPAMAT. But just to release the initial details, it will be held morning, 8:30 to 12, December 13, if I'm correct. Yes, that's a Saturday.
Next week. Okay.
Yes. That's going to be at Rigney Hall, finally.
Okay, finally Rigney Hall. And there is still no formal announcement yet for the new schedule of the acquaintance party, which was delayed, right? So no new updates yet, no new date yet.
We're planning also to make an announcement for that, specifically possibly go more into discussion about the whole decision process during the General Assembly.
Okay, so we'll have more details there.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. I guess just so that we also understand, you guys will be pushing to actually hold that acquaintance party, correct?
Yes, but considering it's in the second semester, this is just my own thoughts. Maybe I'll bring it up later. Maybe we'll move away from calling instead. But of course, it's still something that the department mandates. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I see. All right. Okay, my editor-in-chief doesn't have any other questions. Any follow-ups? No. All right. That'll be all from us here in the media.
Thank you so much, TC, Halangdon, and SAS Bulletin. Thank you so much.
Oh, and get well soon, Zach.
And that ends our coverage here on London for the audio recording workshop and also, of course, the usual press conference, Vox colloquium at the end of their events. I'm Christopher Niu, the Media Director of Halangdon from the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Did I say that right? Yes, I did. Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Find your voice, be heard. This has been Halangdon, Sublimity in Print. Have a good afternoon and stay safe.